such as the SDGs, can all be done, and it is the publisher's responsibility to make sure it's done accurately and clearly, again, for the long term. And ultimately, the whole way in which this is funded is dealt with up front by a single payment, so that then it is the publisher's responsibility to maintain that thereafter, and it's no longer an obligation on the research community to spend the money and to put the resources in to do it. It's the publisher's responsibility, and clearly we have to have a model that allows us to be able to pay our bills, and that's what the Gold Open Access model has been developed to do, and it is the fastest expanding part of open access, so it is one that most people are taking advantage of. But there is a lot of debate about other sources, and because the others do not meet all these requirements, I would make the point that when you think about open access, please think about gold rather than the other forms, because it's the only way, in my view, that this will be able to be sustainably transitioned for the long term. Let me turn from open access to open science. Open access is a very important part of open science, but it's only a part. The other things we need to think about are open data, open protocols, open software code, open metrics. We want the system to be more transparent, to enable research to be trusted and used. And the benefits we can see when we combine all of these is we do see faster scientific discovery. That's partly because it's easier to build on the existing research that has been done by others. It's also because we can improve the reproducibility by testing the research more openly, really across the community. And secondly, we can avoid the repetition of negative results, which often go unpublished today, and therefore we are doomed to repeat them because we don't know openly that that's already been tried and failed. It enables a better reallocation of resources and funding towards successful outcomes, and it's ultimately a fairer, more efficient and equitable system for the benefit of all. All of that will require, though, changes in how funding and overall research policy are constructed. That, if you like, is the oil in the cogs of the machine that will help the cogs turn faster and turn more efficiently, and as a result be able to meet the goals that we set faster. And this has many advantages. On the left of this particular slide, we talk about some of the things we're doing at Springer Nature to enable that, both in terms of open science, but also in terms of wider access, even to subscription content, because we're rather impatient and don't want to wait for everything to move to open access, for there to be free access to as many people as possible to the content. But on the right, what we can see is what the real benefits are. For authors, open access content is used 5 to 6 times more than subscription content. It's cited about 60% higher than subscription content, 1.6 times the amount. And beyond research in terms of wider society, policy changes, social media, it's accessed and used 4 to 5 times higher. So the benefits are clearly measurable and clearly there for us to see. At the same time, recent studies, for example, in Europe, looking at how data is not reused, it's not subject to the FAIR principles, creates incredible inefficiencies. The major accountancy firms estimate that in Europe last year, 26 billion was wasted in not being able to reuse data that's already available, often funded by governments, but is inaccessible to corporations and individuals and charities and other organisations across Europe. That's 2.5 times the amount Europe spent on research in total. It's an incredible level of inefficiency, and we have to address it. And then lastly, for society at large, as I said earlier, coronavirus showed us what's possible when you can operate in parallel many activities rather than them all have to wait in series, and we can do that much better with open science. Which brings us then I think to the Sustainable Development Goals. These are the great challenges that we face as a society today. Headed by climate change as perhaps the greatest challenge of our generation, but climate change is for the long term. In the short term, there's many areas, environmental, societal, in terms of eliminating poverty, allowing us to have a fairer system for all. They're all set out there. They were committed to in 2015, and we are not making the progress we need to at the pace we need to. There is rightly incredible coverage of climate change, but in all these areas we are struggling. So we have to be able to move faster and better and more efficiently to be able to address these goals. As Venkatesh mentioned in his opening remarks, India is moving faster and more clearly than any other nation in this direction. If we look at this chart in 2000, India wasn't even listed in the top 12 countries in the world. By 2004, it had entered the top 12 and was 11th, and step by step, India has been moving up the rankings so that by 2016 it became 4th biggest and biggest contributor to the Sustainable Development Goals. And that position is being maintained, and it's challenging. I would imagine it will overtake the United Kingdom once we've got the 2022 data in place. And it's second only in Asia to China, and will increasingly challenge the United States and China because, as Venkatesh also pointed out, it's clear to the Indian government that there is a great responsibility for India in meeting these goals. The size and importance of India and its impact means that half the world's challenge actually sits on the Indian subcontinent and with the changes here. So I think modestly Springer Nature, much more importantly the whole of India, are on a combined path to be able to address these challenges. And we can see it in the literature. This is the data for the compound annual growth rates between 2017 and 2021. And overall, you can see that the emphasis on Sustainable Development Goals, when you look at the literature, means it's growing much, much faster than the average. And then when you look on the right-hand side, you can see that's greatest in open access. They're incredibly fast growth rates, and they're compound. And they've been going for the last 5 years, and we expect them to keep going in this direction as the world's research pivots towards real-world outcomes that will change our future. We know science is so far mankind's best invention for being able to understand and solve our problems, and finally, it's increasingly being applied for the benefit of addressing the Sustainable Development Goals. I'd just like to finish with a brief advert, because I think that's incredibly uplifting, but just to let you know that Springer Nature, we've been doing this longer, and I believe better than anybody else, and the numbers do show this. This was an extract from a recent report that we issued a couple of weeks ago, showing how both in usage terms and also in citation terms, on average, Springer Nature outperforms its closest competitor and every other competitor, so that we can, with yourselves, with India, hopefully together address through increasingly open approaches the Sustainable Development Goals and the wider research goals that we all have together. And I hope that we will be able to succeed together, and I really look forward to the rest of the day with you to be able to hear your views and to understand how Springer Nature can evolve and develop to better work with you and address those goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Stephen. I know this room is full of some esteemed researchers here, and before I talk about what Stephen just mentioned, I'd like to ask, how many of you have published open access till date? Quick show of hands. So say about 15% people in the room. And being a little selfish, how many of us are Springer Nature authors? Oh wow, I'm so glad. Thank you. Moving on, the next we have is an announcement to make. And this is primarily for us to talk about a book that is coming soon. So the book that's coming in is called Consciousness Studies in Sciences and Humanities, Eastern and Western Perspectives. We'll be joined live here and online, obviously, by some esteemed guests, and I will come to them. But just to give you a quick note about the book here, the Aalborg Educational Institute established the Center for Consciousness Studies in 2011. The spectrum of the research at the center is called TEAS, which is towards evolutionary arts science impacting life and living. The center is growing with leaps and bounds, and so far it has made unbelievable progress among the international community. The edited volume offers several synergistic consciousness models from Eastern and Western perspectives, from the natural sciences and humanities through philosophical models and spiritual approaches. The transcultural exchange of ideas in consciousness studies addresses a readership from interested lay readers to experts in the field. I'm thrilled to mention that the book will be out by the end of this year, that is 2022, and will be published under Studies in Neuroscience, Consciousness and Spirituality series. I'd like to call upon Professor Prem Kalra, Director of the Aalborg Educational Institute, Agra, to join us here, and also invite our responsible editor, Satvinder Kaur, here, please. So Dr. Kalra is joining us live and should be on the screen in a moment. I'd also like, Satvinder, you can come over as well. I'd also like to invite Venkatesh up here for a quick conversation.
So thank you so much, Nidhi, for inviting, and would love Professor Prem Kalra to say a few words in view of the announcement of the book here.
I'm happy to know about this book, and this has been jointly done by the Aalborg Educational Institute, the Aalborg community, and Keele University, as well as the University of Waterloo. And this is a great work which has been put together in this book. Now I request Professor Apoorv Narayan to quickly give the history of how this work was put together. Please, Professor Apoorv Narayan.
We thank the Springer Switzerland for publishing a book on consciousness studies in the upcoming issue of the series, Studies in Neuroscience and Consciousness and Spirituality. The consciousness program at the Aalborg Educational Institute has expanded and matured to forum and towards Science of Consciousness conference series to a global conference of its own. And the first one was organized in 2019 in the University of Waterloo, Ontario, Canada. The debate, discussions, and collaborations continued every year with organization of the second International Conference on the Aalborg Science of Consciousness 2022, again at the University of Waterloo. participants. It was indeed the largest conference on consciousness studies then and now. Here's a glimpse of an email exchange between the president of DEI, Mr. Prem Prashant, and the Nobel Prize winner, Sir Roger Penrose, who appreciated the work on consciousness studies at the Dalberg Educational Institute. In the photograph, one can see Sir Roger Penrose with revered Professor Prem Satsangi at DEI. The journey continued with the prestigious universities like the University of Kiel, Germany, and the University of Birmingham, UK, joining hands with the Dalberg Educational Institute, University of Waterloo in this journey at the 2021 DSC conference. And the book being published by Springer is a culmination of all plenary, invited, and guest talks at various DSC conference series in 2019, 2020, and 2021. We are thrilled to be on this journey with Springers. We stepped on this journey to bring together quantum science, medical science, and consciousness studies with the bliss of Surat Shabd Yog, where we have already started investigating at Dalberg on adrenaline. We are sure that this will reveal some new insights in times to come. Madhuswami Satsang Sabha, the sponsoring body for DEI, has also established 2 research centers in Canada and USA respectively, the International Center for Agroecology at New Jersey, USA, and the International Center for Applied Science for Sustainable Development in Kitchener-Waterloo, Canada, and we are thrilled to share that these centers are already acting as catalysts in our research endeavors. We have our 2 upcoming events, the 4th International Dalberg Science of Consciousness Conference and the workshop on agroecology, precision farming, and sustainable development 2022. And we thank Springers for supporting our endeavors, and we look forward to our continued support for our upcoming and future research endeavors. Thank you so much for your patient listening.
Now I request revered Professor Prem Saran Satsangi, the chief editor of the book, to say a few words for all of us.
Radha So Ami is the articulative form which says it all. Recently, my erstwhile colleague, Professor Subhas Chandra Roy, sent me a video clip of a duration of approximately 2.5 hours, in which he mentioned about the drug addiction which he faced in his family with respect to his second son. In this context, my colleagues and I have been pursuing research on adrenaline secreted by adrenal glands, also known as suprarenal glands, which are small triangular-shaped glands located on top of both kidneys, according to Wikipedia.org. Adrenal glands of all living human beings produce hormones that help regulate our metabolism, immune system, blood pressure, response to stress, and other essential functions, including physical parameters such as height, weight, body build, etc. As further endorsed by my experience as the acclaimed 8th present Sant Sadguru of Radharani, Fate, for the past approximately 19 years, since May 18, 2003. My discourses on Radha-Swami faith with supplement 2009, Power Law of Meditational Consciousness, Ultra-Transcendental Meditational Practices, which have these 5 articulative words, Ra, Dha, Sa, A, Mi. And it has a regime of the 642 in respect of the administration of the drug to overcome the recently manifested illness which is plaguing the world in terms of drug abuse phenomenon. We had the benefit of receiving from my erstwhile colleague, Professor Suhas Chandra Datta Roy from IIT Delhi, his experience in respect of a drug abuse by his second son and how they have been striving to overcome it. This was a 2 hours and a quarter long video clip. We had already, as I said, mounted research in this area, and we have the benefit at our headquarters in Dalbagh, Agra, of possessing 1,200 acres, that is 4.8 million square meters of agroecology, precision farming land. It turns out that on this land we have already been pursuing how to overcome drug addiction. And this is the main aspect of my presentation, that we are well prepared in this respect. But we have taken some measures and avoided a crisis situation in the tribal area of Madhya Pradesh known as Raja Barari estate, which we had purchased at the time of our 5th revered leader, who later transferred it to Radha-Swami Satsang Sabha Dalbagh, Agra, headquarters of research in frontline areas, mainly intended how we could cope with the problem of feeding healthy diet to 11 billion people on earth, expected to be there at the end of the present century, that is 2100. So terms of that it's a process of impulse, insight, and inspiration as a triumvirate, as a trinity. And this is the manner which has been maintained all through, that research on such futuristic aspects which used to be earlier matters which were taken up by popular writers about the future events that would occur and affect not only planet Earth, but all the cosmos under nature with infinite degrees of freedom. And the crux of our research is that yes, we would be able to successfully do so, and the World Health Organization statistics would be taken care of by taking recourse to lacto-vegetarian diet. You see, there have been developments where in the West they have been thinking that the predecessors of man were monkeys and other habitations on trees, etc. But this hasn't been so. This is where this has remained in the fictional domain. In reality, we've addressed it with the present state of affairs, which are directly under our control, where we have, as already mentioned a few times during the present discussion, and we noticed that one of our colleagues who had been managing midday meal at Rajabrari Estate happened to be a drug addict himself. This had not been disclosed earlier and came as a surprise. We are arranging for his rehabilitation, but we don't want him to spread this drug addiction among the tribal people in Rajabrari Estate. So the timely action initiated by us and our preparation in this regard for future, almost 8 decades hence, is the representative one. I think the rest of the things should be taken up by other speakers. And on my part, I would like you to see what the power of consciousness that we have been advocating holds for the world. So please play the
video, please.
Ami Mul Naam Paanch Shabd भेद बतानी राधा स्वामी सतगुरु महती दया करी अति भारी. Venkatesh, it is over to you.
Thank you so
And
much.
we would like to thank
revered
you,
Professor Prem Saran Satsangi Sahab, for his speech. And we look forward for this book, and Springer is extremely happy to get this book out by end of this year 2022. And both from the eastern and the western worlds, we really look forward for this book, and I hope this is a great success. Thank you so much, and really appreciate everyone.
Thank you very much. Venkatesh, I'd like you to please stay here. Stephen, can we invite you on stage as well? And Satwinder with the book. We'd quickly want to open it up once. Thank you very much. If I may request Venkatesh and Stephen to please stay back. There are a couple more we have. So we're celebrating 15 years of co-publishing partnership with the prestigious Indian Academy of Sciences with added dimensions. Founded in the 1934 by Nobel laureate Sir C.V. Raman, the Indian Academy of Sciences is one of the country's most prestigious national science academy. Springer Nature's collaboration with the Academy started in 2006 by signing a co-publishing partnership for publishing 10 journals. Over the years, the partnership evolved significantly and established the Academy's Springer Nature Chair in 2017, launched to commemorate the 10 years of our partnership. From 2022 onwards, another new dimension has been added to this collaboration. Along with the chairship, there is a flexibility to organize a conference, workshop, on sustainable development goals or any of the two. The articles from the event will find a publication platform in any of the 10 journals that we're partnering on. I'd now like to invite on stage Professor Umesh Wagmare, the President of Indian Academy of Sciences. He's a Professor of Theoretical Sciences Unit and the Dean, Faculty Affairs, JNCSR, Bangalore. I'd also like to invite on stage the responsible editor, Nidhi Chandok. May I request Professor Wagmare to just speak a few words, please? You could be there as well. You can use that mic if you would, or if you're comfortable here. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. It's a pleasure for me to be representing the Indian Academy of Sciences here at the Open Research and Scholarly Communication Forum 2022. The Indian Academy of Sciences was founded in 1934 by Sir C.V. Raman, and the main objective of the Academy was to uphold the cause of science in India. And from the same year, it started publishing a journal in science. Indian Academy of Sciences became an autonomous institute funded by the Department of Science and Technology in 1972 when the DST itself was founded. Prior to that, Academy was self-sustaining based on its really great contributions to the society. Academy has a very strong summer research fellowship program under the science education program where it reaches out to remote parts of India, attracts young students, particularly undergraduate ones, to take up science as their career. It conducts lecture workshops for teachers, again in universities and smaller colleges in India, with the goal that science becomes a more of a popular habit and way of life for the community. The Academy also conducts discussion meetings in various parts of India, reaching out to general public through the public lectures and also technical lectures by its fellows. So who are we at the Academy? We are about 1,000+ fellows who are elected through a very stringent process of scholarly contributions by the scientists in the country. And the skills of these scientists and willingness to contribute to the society are leveraged by a very small office of about 40 staff members in Bangalore, and their contributions basically reach out to the society. So its main mission is to basically support science and policies, help government come up with good initiatives for the development of science and technology. An important activity of the Indian Academy of Sciences is in publication of scientific journals, and it has a 90 years long history, combining it with the Springer's dedication to digital development and academic outlook. For the last 15 years, we are having a co-publishing partnership with Springer. And this partnership is based on very effective and fruitful communications between the Academy and the Springer. Springer is represented by Suvira Srivastav, who is the publishing director, and Nidhi Chandok, who is a senior publisher from the Springer, and also Mrs. Srimati from the Indian Academy of Sciences, who is the executive editor. The Academy publishes 10 journals, as pointed out by you, and basically they cover all disciplines of sciences and also some of the interdisciplinary areas like material science and genetics. Over the last 15 years, these journals have evolved greatly. And that's because of the visibility that these journals have got through the partnership with Springer. And it's reflected in the fact that today we receive lots of submissions from different countries in the world, particularly Asia and Africa. And a very small fraction of this is published finally after the acceptance through rigorous peer review procedure. So the impact factor of the journals through the last 15 years has grown significantly. At overall average is about factor of 3, and that's a remarkable growth, and we look forward to continuing our partnership, possibly with introduction of new initiatives to strengthen this relationship with Springer Nature. I'm really pleased to see the 2 panel discussions being hosted here today, and they're really in sync with the mandate of our Indian Academy of Sciences, and I look forward to learning from these panel discussions today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Wagmare. Next up, we have the Journal of Transactions of the Indian Institute of Metals. This is to recognize our partnership with the editorial leadership and our collaboration. Springer Nature salutes the commitment and the out-of-box approach of the editorial team of the Journal of Transactions of the Indian Institute of Metals and would like to honor their above and beyond dedication. This appreciation is for Dr. B.S. Murthy, the Editor-in-Chief of TIIM, and Dr. Arup Dasgupta, the managing editor of the journal. Dr. Murthy is the director of IIT Hyderabad and also the recipient of Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Prize for Science and Technology, the highest science award in India, as you may already know, for the year 2007 in engineering science category. Dr. Murthy devised an innovative mechanism to thank reviewers for contributing to the journal's growth. He worked with Sonal Chaudhary, the publishing editor of the journal, and elected to have a rating function activated in Editorial Manager to motivate reviewers. Reviewers with a rating of 5 are personally sent an email by the EIC and a certificate of appreciation. This thoughtful gesture has contributed immensely to the journal's growth. Due to the pressing engagements, Dr. Murthy could not join us in person today, so we would like to play a short video to deliver his message to the gathering. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm told that Dr. Murthy's video is also not available, but I'd like to invite on stage Dr. Arup Dasgupta, who is the head of Physical Metallurgy Division, Metallurgy and Materials Group, Indira Gandhi Center for Atomic Research, Kalapakkam. And may I also invite the responsible editor, Sonal Chaudhary. Please. So you may want to, yeah, you may want to move slightly. Thank you very much, Dr. Dasgupta. I would have loved to hear you, but we are also racing against time. So quick few words if you want to.
Few words, yes. Yes, Professor Murthy is not able to send his message because he is down with COVID, and we wish him quick recovery. So basically, quick words, yes, we are very happy to be associated with Springer. And with Springer, I think last 6 to 7 years, we have climbed from 0.4 to 1.5 in terms of impact factor, and we recognize that it's a complete ecosystem involving authors to editors to reviewers, and then of course the publisher Springer. And we are especially thankful to Sonal and his team, including Harini, who has just left, now Anita, and Muthu Lakshmi. So we work like a team, and we recognize that authors and the reviewers are very important in the system. The editors of course play a role, but then it's finally the reviewers who have to give their reports as soon as possible, and no author wants to wait. And this is one thing we try to ensure as we try to increase the citation of this journal. Now of course hybrid, in line with what Steve presented in the morning. Yeah, a transformative journal, that's right, TJ. So basically, to end the few words, yes, we are thankful to Springer, and we will continue to be associated with you, this flagship journal of the Indian Institute of Metals. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dasgupta. Next up, we have a new journal launch. I'm sure Stephen is excited. So this is the Anthropocene Science, an international journal for addressing human impact on resilience of the planet Earth. Anthropocene Science is a newly launched Springer-owned journal. The first issue of the journal was launched in March 2022 by Dr. P.C. Abhilash, Senior Assistant Professor at the Institute of Environment and Sustainable Development, Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. Anthropocene Science is a trans and multidisciplinary international journal by highly qualified, experienced, and well-balanced editorial board. The journal covers all aspects of human impact, including past, present, and future impact on biophysical systems of planet Earth and groundbreaking solutions for restoring and enhancing the carrying capacity of our biosphere. The journal welcomes new knowledge and technological, political, and socio-cultural advancements to enable transitions towards global sustainability and planetary stewardship. Thank you. Thank you, Mamta. If you're comfortable, you can use that mic as well. Whatever is comfortable with you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. Indeed, it is an honor for me to serve as the founding editor-in-chief of this new journal, Anthropocene Science, an international journal for addressing human impact on the resilience of the planet Earth. On behalf of the editorial team and our publishing editor, Dr. Mamata Kabila, I would like to extend a warm greetings to all of you. And I'm very pleased to say that we have already published 2 of the issues, the first and second issue of this journal, and nearing the publications of the 3rd issue in the next month. And to be honest, I must give the whole credit for this newly started journal to Dr. Mamata Kabila, because she is the person behind launch of this journal. Because, you know, we submitted this proposal sometime in August 2019. And we got the final approval in April 2021. That means it took almost 20 months for review. There were a lot of concerns regarding the launch of this new journal. Of course, there were hundreds of journals to address the human impact. So why a new journal for addressing human impact? So we thought that, you know, this journal is not only to address the human impact, but also to offer solutions for a planet-friendly lifestyle to attaining the resilience of the planet Earth, to transform for a better planet Earth. And we are fortunate that we have board members from all of the leading universities of the world, from Cambridge University, from Oxford University, from Stanford University, and even from the leading institute, including the Indian Institute of Science, IITs. And we have Royal Society Fellows on our board, and even we have the fellows of the National Academy of Science USA, even the Indian Academy of Science, the German Academy of Science, and we have editors. In fact, we have the leading women scientists from across the world. Professor Ruth D. Fries from Columbia University, Professor Angela Andrade, the chair of IUCN, and we have Liti Vasur from University of California. We have almost all leading women scientists also working in sustainability. I'm really thankful to Springer, especially I'm thankful to Dr. Mamata Kabila for taking this effort. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We also have a special issue of our journal Sugar Tech to announce, which is on innovation for sustainability of the sugar agro industry. Established in the 1999, Sugar Tech is a peer-reviewed bi-monthly research journal, co-published by Springer Nature. It publishes high-quality research articles and reviews on the innovative and eco-friendly technologies related to the improvement, production, processing, and valorization of sugar crops and their residues, aligning with the spirit of SDGs. It is one of the leading journals in the world on sugar crops and ancillary industries, with current impact factor of 1.87. Scopus index of 31, and is circulated in over 127 countries. The theme of the recently published issue is innovation for sustainability of the sugar agro industry, and the issue highlights the shared vision for sustainable global sugar industry, as well as mapping SDGs related interdisciplinary research priorities to broader the global collaboration and partnership. I'd like to invite Dr. Govind Pratap Rao from the Society of Sugar Research and Promotion, New Delhi, and Dr. S. Solomon from the Indian Institute of Sugarcane Research, Lucknow, to please join us on stage now. I'd also like to invite the responsible editor, Yati Dinesh. By far, this looks like the most thickest journal for now, you know. Yeah. I will welcome either of you, Dr. Rao or Dr. Solomon, to share a few words.
Thank you very much. As we know that the SugarTech publishes scientific reviews and research articles on sugar crops. We include all sugarcane, sugar beet, sweet sorghum, and other sugar crop, and its ancillary industries. It has emerged as one of the leading publications for the sugar sector, especially in the developing countries. In SugarTech, a large number of articles and reviews are published, focusing on the entire value chain of sugar crop, and which covers various issues related to sustainable development goals. These includes harnessing of potential and technological innovation in the areas like bioenergy, green technologies in the sugarcane production, green harvest, sustainable uses of trash and leaves, which avoids burning, carbon sequestration, climate resilient varieties and technologies, bio-intensive crop production technologies, and zero pollution discharge, recycling of agri-waste, valorization of biomass, and leading to production of green fuel, bio-based products, biodegradable plastics through biorefining models. Our publication therefore provides a visionary roadmap for sugar crops researchers, technologists, and stakeholders of sugar industry to strive for a world of inclusive and sustainable prosperity as per the UN 2030 agenda of SDG. I would like to add that contemporary sugar industry is already an example of sustainable economy and ecological, prudent, and socially reasonable, and through science and innovation, as we promote through SugarTech journal, the contribution to social well-being will be even greater. I would like to especially thank Springer for supporting publication of this special issue. Thank you so much.
Thank you again. First, I would like to thank Springer for inviting us for this very important forum. And I would like to all Springer and associate team to co-publish our very important journal. As already told by our president, Dr. Salman, you know, as far as SDS goal is concerned, our journal covers all major goals of SDG involving social, economic, and environmental sustainability. And journal is also, publication is all the published articles is covering all aspects on impacts on food, nutrition, health, education, employment, environmental issues, society benefits, and including bio and renewable energy. And I would again, at this moment, I would like to thank all, because, you know, journal is only as one of our earlier speakers, only because of our sincere editor, editorial board. I would like to thank all the sincere editor involved in SugarTech for very sincere and hard effort in improving the quality and impact of the journal. In the last, I would like to quote of this Secretary General of United Nations, who already emphasized the importance of SDS goals, and I'm happy that our journal is covering most of the goals of SDG. And we hope that in future our journal will help in fulfilling the SDG goals in coming years as targeted by 2030 by 2030 by United Nations. Thank you. And again, I would like to thank Dr. Mamta and Dr. Riti from an entire Springer team for supporting a very good quality publication of. And again, I'm happy to share that we are celebrating 25th year next year of our journal. So we are planning now to make very special issue on SDG and other relevant issues of sugar industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rao, Dr. Solomon. Next, we have an institutional partnership to announce with Climate Change Research Institute. The Climate Change Research Institute, established in 2009, formerly known as a Climate Change Research Society, aims to promote awareness about scientific solutions for sustainable energy future. CCRI, as it is commonly known, is taking a lead role in hosting awareness workshops on key topics of UN Sustainable Development Goals and finding innovative solutions for their implementation. Springer has recently signed an institutional partnership agreement with them. Through this institutional partnership, we are publishing significant research being carried out by the Institute in several areas such as climate change, carbon capture and storage, green buildings, solar rooftop, and smart cities, among others. This partnership is also providing a platform to various researchers associated with this institution to present their research outcomes to practitioners and policymakers, who are the key people across the country and also globally, to bring the desired changes to comply with the SDGs. I'd like to invite Dr. Malti Goel, who is currently the President, Climate Change Research Institute, and devoted to public engagement in science, and also Swati Mehershi, who is the responsible editor. I'm sorry, also Priya Vyas. First, we go ahead. And while I won't really want to disappoint you, Dr. Goel, a few words because we're really running against time.
Good morning to all. I'm really delighted to be here with this meeting of the Open Research and Scientific Communications. I would like I'm really amazed to see the vast coverage areas of the Springer and publication. And I welcome all of your distinguished academicians here to be present on this day. I myself, Dr. Malti Goel, I served in the Ministry of Science and Technology, and because of my passion to energy and climate change during my service, after my retirement I was not knowing what to do. So I thought of founding a society, and this is how I'm working on this now. And I think the climate action, India is already leading in climate action, and solar energy is one of the frontiers. And I'm very happy to say that Springer team enthusiastically, Ms. Swati Mehershi, Priya Vyas and Muskan, and they have been really very keenly working on these projects. And we had a framework agreement, and my passion because of carbon sequestration, we started the awareness and capacity building workshops way back in 2009 itself. And so we then thought of publications to motivate the researchers from the academia and industry. And we also did programs for the schools, for the teachers, on various other topics, as already been told. So we already have 4 publications with their very enthusiastic and active role playing in it from the Springer side. And one was carbon capture and utilization, which has done vast circulation worldwide. Then we had this green chemistry of carbon sequestration. And then we had a topic like science diplomacy. And that was again one of my desire to write on science diplomacy in South Asian countries. That was a long-standing desire because we, as Indians, always want to bring all South Asian countries together instead of fighting all the time. So this was fruitful because of Springer only. And then the solar energy book, which is before you, it is one of the frontier of climate action where India is taking lead. And solar energy is game-changing technology for the 21st century. So I have no hesitation to say that there has been hundreds of books on solar energy from the academic sector. But this book is really little different from all of them because it exposes to all aspects of solar energy, and it also brings India on the map on the achievements of India on solar energy. And then you can see also, like it talks of International Solar Alliance. It actually came out after the Paris Agreement 2015 that we thought of doing this project, and that International Solar Alliance doing for all tropical countries to grow solar energy. So the policy issues, we are investing. I have seen how the investment in solar energy has changed over the years. There was hardly any investment in solar energy several years back, but now we are investing in solar PV. But are we investing the same amount in the solar thermal or solar cooling? So these are the topics which are covered in this. So policy point of view, we should be investing on the solar thermal, solar cooling, and then large scale applications of solar, how far we can go about it, what are the issues in solar rooftops, how we can make ISA very dynamic program for the tropical countries with the use of scientific solutions, technology, and diplomacy perhaps. So these are the things which we have covered. My co-authors are not here. One is abroad and one is busy today. But I feel I'm really thankful to Springer and especially the team which led by Ms. Swati Maheshwari and her team, Priya Vyas and Muskan and many others. So I thank you all for being present and listening to me in this distinguished gathering of academicians. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Really appreciate your insights. Next, we have a book series launch. The book's called Frontiers of Artificial Intelligence, Ethics and Multidisciplinary Applications. The series provides an avenue for researchers, leaders, decision makers, and policymakers to share research and insights regarding the latest in AI, including its use in ethical, explainable, privacy-preserving, trustworthy, and sustainable manner. The book series fits in well as an essential and growing need among those who work on AI in academia, business, and industry, and the public sector to exploit the opportunities in the constantly evolving field of AI. I'd like to invite Antarveep Chakravarti, Assistant Professor at the University of Stavanger, Norway, and also Nupur Singh, who's the responsible editor here. Thank you very much. You'd want to use there, over here, wherever comfortable.
Hi everyone. Hi Stephen. Hi Venkatesh. My name is Antarveep Chakravarti. I'm from the University of Stavanger in Norway. I'm one of the series editor for this book series, Frontiers of AI, Ethics and Multidisciplinary Applications. In addition to me, we have other series editors as well, who unfortunately couldn't be present here. We have Professor Ajit Verma from Western University of Applied Sciences, Norway. We have Professor Pushpak Bhattacharya, Department of Computer Science, IIT Bombay. We have Professor Millie Pant, Department of Applied Mathematics and Scientific Computing, IIT Roorkee. And we have Professor Shobha Ghosh from College of Law, Syracuse University, USA. Recognizing the multidisciplinary nature of this book series, we also have an expanded editorial board and containing individuals from diverse backgrounds. So this book series recognizes the unprecedented development and use of artificial intelligence, its multidisciplinary perspective, and associated challenges. We are on a verge of innovations and novel mechanisms that bring explainability to AI and its use in an ethical, privacy-preserving, trustworthy, and sustainable manner. And this becomes even more relevant as the hesitancy of using AI decreases and its integration across the various domains increases. So our objective is to provide an avenue for researchers, policymakers, and others to share their research and insights regarding the latest developments in AI and its use and value creation in multiple domains from healthcare, law, manufacturing, robotics, business, and others. Our webpage is also active. You can kindly visit us on our website, our webpage, and we welcome any proposals that you might submit. Thank you very much, and I also thank Ms. Nupur, who have been helping us throughout this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chakravarty. I'm sure your insights are going to help the team sitting there waiting for market research. Next up, we have a partnership announcement between INSTICC and SN Computer Science, a unique beginning to capture research. In the computer science publication culture, prestigious conferences are a favorite tool for presenting original research. INSTICC, a non-profit organization based in Portugal and catering mainly to European authors, is well known for organizing quality conferences annually. These conferences regularly publish conference proceedings with LNCS and many other Springer Proceedings series. SN Computer Science partnered with INSTICC to bridge the gap of letting researchers find a journal publishing venue for the extended version of their papers. SN Computer Science has also created a unique mechanism by which the conferences organized by the Institute are automatically published in a global special issue in the SN Computer Science Journal. This partnership brings with it almost 150 to 200 best identified papers by the chairs of conferences, and these numbers of quality articles are bound to grow every year. We are joined by Joachim Philipp, the president of INSTICC, to talk about the partnership.
Hi, my name is Joachim Philipp, and I'm the current president of INSTIC. INSTIC is the Institute for Systems and Technologies of Information Control and Communication, with headquarters in Portugal and governing by the EU. This is a non-profit association for the development and dissemination of technical and scientific knowledge in the areas of information systems and technologies, control and communications, and it was incorporated in 2003, 19 years ago. The mandate of INSTIC is to support R&D, including the sponsorship of research projects related to INSTIC main interest areas, as well as the collaboration between international associations and companies involved in R&D, and also organizing conferences and workshops. Currently, INSTIC organizes about 50 conferences annually. Since its inception in 2003, INSTIC has published more than 500 proceedings and more than 50,000 papers. INSTIC has already been publishing conferences via LNEIP, LNED, LNAI, LNCS, and other satellite series like CCIS since 2007. Partnership with SN Computer Science, Broad Scope Journal and a specialist Springer Nature Inquiry was raised a natural progression for INSTIC that also provided an additional publishing platform for INSTIC authors who are invited to submit extended and revised versions of selected papers from INSTIC conferences. INSTIC has set up a small secretariat for this collaboration, and we are excited to continue and reinforce our association with Springer both via the conference proceedings series and the Journal of Computer Science. Thank you.
So while Mr. Philippe could not join us in person, I'd like to invite Tina Bedi and Chandraraman Kami to come on stage, please. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for all your patience. We have just a couple more before we get into the panel discussion. Next, we have a book series on water, energy, and urban ecosystems. The series is signed under the mega series Sustainability Sciences in Asia and Africa. This book series supports the global efforts towards sustainability in Asia and Africa by providing timely coverage of the progress, opportunities, and challenges related to availability of clean water and sanitation, ensuring access to affordable, sustainable energy to all, and making cities inclusive, safe, and resilient. It also narrates the success stories and research endeavors from the regions of Africa and Asia on issues relating to SDG 6, that's clean water and sanitation, 7, which is affordable and clean energy, and SDG 11, which is sustainable cities and communities. I'd like to invite on stage Dr. Pujari from the School of Environmental Sciences, JNU. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry because the names I had were slightly different here. I'd like to invite Dr. Pujari from the National Environment Engineering Research Institute, Nagpur, and Akanksha Tyagi, who's a responsible editor. So we'd like a few words from you. Okay.
Yes, good morning, everybody. And I'm Pares Pujari from National Environmental Engineering Research Institute. It's a constituent laboratory under the CSIR. And the institute, basically, it started as Public Health Engineering Research Institute, and after the Stockholm Convention, it was renamed as National Environmental Engineering Research Institute. So national environment is it's core on its agenda, and the institute's mandate is very much aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals. And at present, I am leading the Critical Zone Research Group in the institute, and Critical Zone it starts from the treetop and up to the bottom of the aquifer. So it's critical to our survival. That is why it is known as critical zone. And presently, we are trying to look at the dynamics of the food, energy, and water nexus. So if you take care of that, then probably that will give a better understanding and lead to all the ecosystem services. So that's the present focus. And this proposal came from Akanksha, and it was very much aligned with our Sustainable Development Goals, the Institute goals. And she worked very hard, and probably it was during the pandemic time that we had all these discussions. And unfortunately, my two other editors are not present because of their other commitments. And if you look at this book series, it is going to look at this SDG 6, that is clean water and sanitation, the 7, that is affordable clean energy, and 11, that is the sustainable cities and communities. And if you look at these SDG goals, I think it's specific to Asia and Africa. Asia, we have 60% of the global population in Asia and approximately 13% of the global population living in Africa. So if we take care of this 73%, then probably, the goals are easier to be tackled. So that is why we must focus on solving the problems in Asia and Africa. And the other thing is, the main aim is to bring together all the researchers, the academicians, then the policymakers, think tanks, and civil society who can contribute in this particular book series. And I must call upon the audience that they do spread it among their networks and they submit book proposals. And finally, I must thank Akanksha and the Springer management in India for bringing out this book series, and I'm pretty sure that it immensely benefits our academic communities and researchers and all the stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have an upcoming conference announcement to make, Exotech 2022. The Indian Society of Nanomedicine and Department of Pathology at AIIMS, along with Springer Nature, is organizing Exotech 2022, a workshop and hands-on on exosomes, a platform for novel therapy and diagnostics, from the 20th to 24th of October this year at the All India Institute of Medical Sciences in New Delhi. Springer Nature is the knowledge partner for this event and is glad to associate with the Society for disseminating cutting-edge exosome research. The Indian Society of Nanomedicine is a non-profitable academic society with more than 140 live members. I'd like to invite Professor Y.K. Gupta, who's a WHO consultant, Professor N.K. Ganesh, the President of the Indian Society of Nanomedicine, and Professor A.K. Dinda, General Secretary, Indian Society of Nanomedicine, along with the responsible editor, Bhavik Sahni. Thank you very much. Yes, if you'd like to join there, here.
So the Indian Society of Nanomedicine is the only one of the society in India in the interface of medicine, engineering, and basic science, particularly focused in nanotechnology application development. And as you know, the exosome is becoming a very, very important system, endogenous extracellular vesicle, which is in nano size. So these are endogenous nanosystem, and its application for diagnosis and therapy is becoming very, very important. And we are very happy, and I'd like to thank the Springer Nature, to be our knowledge partner to actually organize this kind of event. And I'm sure it will lead to a lot of not only academic but also translational research coming out with a long-term collaboration with Springer Nature. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. The last of our announcements today, a book series on water informatics for water resource management. The series focuses on digital technologies and solutions, enabling them to correlate the solutions with their region-specific problems and apply them to water resource management. This domain of water informatics is gaining traction, and its potential has been realized since it harnesses digital technologies to leverage the applications offered for water resource management. The series proposes to meet various learning objectives such as machine learning, techniques for data-driven modeling, for the management of water utilities, IoT technologies for smart water management. I'd like to invite on stage Dr. Jyoti Gautam, Associate Professor, JSS Academy of Technical Education. And the contributing responsible editor, Kamya Khattar, on stage, please. And Swati Maharshi as well.
Good morning, everyone. So, this series proposal on water informatics is a vision of Professor Ramlan Chakravarty from University of Calcutta. Myself and Professor Ramlan Chakravarty are doing a lot of work in the domain of water informatics. This is a term which is coined by a professor, and we are associated with the International Water Association. I am the steering committee member of the Digital Water Program Committee of the International Water Association, and this particular book is targeted towards realizing, using the digital tools and technologies which can be applicable in the domain of water, and harnessing its use. So we have it's like it's the application of machine learning, IoT, risk analysis, fuzzy logic, uncertainty, and it's a lot of evolutionary developments which are taking places in the domain of artificial intelligence as well. Thank you so much, Springer. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Venkatesh. We've been keeping you on hold really long. Please, you may go be seated there. I think next up is the event that we've been waiting for, all of us. And in this August gathering of researchers, academicians, I really don't need to introduce the topic at all. So all I'm going to do is quickly talk about it. We're going to start with our first panel discussion on harnessing open science and SDGs to address global issues. And before I call our panelists and our moderator on stage, I'd request the hotel staff to please get the chairs on the stage. Six. Thank you very much. I'd now like to call upon our first panelist, Stephen Inchcombe. Mr. Prem Kalra, Director, Dayalbagh Educational Institute, Agra, will be joining us live. Ms. Pami Dua, Director and Senior Professor, Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi. Ms. Anandya Chatterjee, Asia Regional Director, International Development Research Center. Mr. Ravi Verma, Asia Regional Director, International Center for Research on Women. And Devalina Kundu, Professor at National Institute of Urban Affairs, Journal Editor of Environment and Urbanization Asia. A very warm welcome to all of you. And I'd now like to hand it over to Mamta Kapila to moderate this panel, please.
Hello. A very good morning to all of you. thanks for joining us today in this engaging and informative event that shall offer all of us an opportunity to interact with the august panelists and share our thoughts and ideas and even work or even seek a response to the questions that we may have. As Nidhi has already introduced, I am Mamta Kapila, the executive publisher of Medicine, Biomedicine and Life Sciences journals from India and Southeast Asia. And I shall be moderating this session, special panel today that is based on a topic very relevant to all of us here, and it would be on harnessing open science and SDGs to address global issues. As we all know, open research is fundamentally changing the way that researchers communicate and collaborate for advancing discovery. And new and dynamic open practices are increasing the findability, accessibility, and reusability of results. Distribution channels are also changing too, enabling others, from patients to policymakers, to increasingly benefit from these developments. This in turn has dramatically increased the societal impact of open research, but what remains less clear is the exact nature and scope of this wider impact and its societal relevance. That brings in the panelists from diverse areas with varied experiences. I would now like to take off this panel discussion by introducing our esteemed panelists who were kind enough to accept our invite and share their work, thoughts, and experiences through this panel. Amongst the panelists, we have Dr. Debulina Kundu, who is a professor at the National Institute of Urban Affairs, an autonomous body under the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, and has around 25 years of professional experience in the field of development studies. Dr. Kundu is a PhD on urban governance from JNU New Delhi, and she is currently the chief editor of journals Environment and Urbanization Asia, publishing from SAGE, and Urban India. She has worked as consultant with ADB, LSE, IIDSET, UNDP, UNFPA, UNICEF, UNESCAP, KFW, GIZ, Urban Institute Washington, on the issues of urbanization, migration, the urban development policies, municipal finance, governance, and exclusion. She is also the country investigator, India, for the GCRF Center for Sustainable, Healthy, and Learning Studies in Neighborhoods, supported by UK Research and Innovation. Also a member of the 5th Delhi Finance Commission, she is in various committees of Government of India. She has several articles published in books and journals. Her recently edited book is on National Urban Policies, which is published by Springer. And she is currently working on a handbook of urbanization in the Global South, and also editing books on urban inequality and urban policies in the Global South, again published by Springer. Welcome, ma'am. Our next panelist is Dr. Anindya Chatterjee. Dr. Chatterjee, he is the Regional Director Asia at the International Development Research Center based in New Delhi, India. He has provided leadership in research, research management, policy, and program development in the area of global health and development. Dr. Chatterjee formerly worked internationally with United Nations development agencies and research agencies, government authorities, and non-governmental organizations. He has been closely involved with national programs in several countries in Asia, Africa, and the Middle East. A graduate of the Kolkata Medical College and Hospital, he also holds a doctorate in psychiatry from the University College of Medicine in India and the postdoctoral training in anthropology and public health at both the University of Calcutta and UCLA School of Public Health. Dr. Chatterjee is also the author of several articles, monographs, and books on topics such as HIV and AIDS prevention in Asia. A very warm welcome, Dr. Chatterjee. Okay. So the third panelist is Professor Prem Kumar Kalra, who very much wanted to join us in person today, but then had another important commitment to make, so would be joining us in a virtual mode. Professor Kalra, he's there? Maybe you can check. So Professor Kalra joined as director of Dayalbagh Educational Institute, Dayalbagh, Agra, in September 2013. And prior to this, he had rendered a yeoman service to IIT Jodhpur as its founding director. He was head of the Department of Electrical Engineering at IIT Kanpur and served as Dean, Resource Planning and Generation at IIT Kanpur from 2001 to 4. Professor Kalra received his education up to the graduate level in Dayalbagh, Agra, having graduated from the DI Engineering College in 1978, and after a short teaching stint there, he joined IIT Kanpur to pursue his MTech. On its completion in 1982, he joined the University of Manitoba in Canada for his PhD program, which is completed in 1988. And after teaching in the US for some time, Professor Kalra joined the Department of Electrical Engineering at IIT Kanpur in 1988, where he launched a research program in the front area of artificial intelligence, making significant contributions in the field of neural networks. Professor Kalra was one of the principal architects of the 3I networks, a consortium of IIT Kanpur, IDFC, and IIM Ahmedabad, formed with the objective of creating an intellectual critical mass in matters of national policy. Professor Kalra has significant achievements to his credit in research, innovation, industry interaction, and regulatory area, and has published 5 books and over 150 publications in research journals. And he has also been assigned the positions of chairman, board members of the several committees by the various institutions in repute, including IITs. Welcome, Professor Kalra. I would also like, the fourth panelist that we have with us is Professor Pami Dua. Professor Dua completed her BA in economics from Lady Shri Ram College and obtained her master's and doctorate in economics from London School of Economics. She has published in her fields of study with time series econometrics, forecasting, macroeconometrics, monetary policy, and business cycle analysis. She has recently worked on the synergies between United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and the 4th and 5th Industrial Revolutions. She has recently edited a book on macroeconometric methods, applications to the Indian economy, which is forthcoming with Springer Nature. She was a member of the first Monetary Policy Committee of the Reserve Bank of India, and she is currently on Honorary Distinguished Fellow of the Indira Gandhi Institute of Development Research, Mumbai, and a member of the Governing Council of the Center for Advanced Financial Research and Learning. She is also a member of the Governing Body and Academic Council of the Dayalbagh Educational Institute. She earlier served as the president of Indian Econometric Society. She has served as the University of Delhi in various capacities, including Dean of Academic Activities and Projects, Chairperson, Research Council, Dean Research of Humanities and Social Sciences. She has been conferred the highest honor of the University of Delhi, which is Nishtha Dhriti Satyam Samman. She has also been honored with the Distinguished Alumni Award from Lady Shri Ram College, and she is also the recipient of the Distinguished Alumni Award from the Dayalbagh Educational Institute. Welcome, Professor Dua. And the list of panelists still continues. Our fifth panelist is again a very dynamic person, Dr. Ravi Verma, who is the Regional Director at the International Center for Research on Women's ICRW, Asia Regional Office in New Delhi, India. Over the past 3 decades, he has worked on issues of gender, men, masculinity, male sexual health, and gender equality in relation to violence against women, reproductive health, including family planning and HIV/AIDS in India and countries across the Asian region. Prior to joining ICRW in 2007, he has worked at the Population Council in New Delhi and at the International Institute of Population Sciences in Mumbai, where he was professor in the Population Policies and Programs. Ravi has also served as a member of the High-Level Committee on the Status of Women from 2013 to 16. He currently serves as a commissioner on the Lancet Commission on Gender and Health, and he also serves on the boards of Women Lift Health and Global Health 50/50. Welcome to Verma. The discussion on open access, open research, and SDGs cannot be concluded unless we hear the publisher's perspective to it. So to connect the researchers with the policy makers, Springer Nature plays a pivotal role in bringing a recognition to the work by ensuring its right reach to the right audiences. And to do this, we have Stephen Inchcombe as Chief Publishing Officer on the stage, and it is because of his visit to India that we could bring together this August gathering here with us today. Welcome, Stephen. Stephen is a member of the management board, and his responsibilities cover all the research, publishing, and editorial activities of Springer Nature, the services provided to its authors, peer reviewers, editors, and societies, its open access and open research activities. Previously, Stephen was the head of house and CEO at Nature Publishing Group and Palgrave Macmillan. Once again, welcome. So maybe I'll come and sit. as all of us already know, yeah? Yeah. Can you hear me now? Yeah, better? So as all of us already know, that the main objective of this panel discussion today is to help us understand the global dynamics of open research and how it is increasingly recognized as a critical accelerator for the achievement of United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and a true game changer in bridging the science, technology, and innovation gaps, and in fulfilling the human rights to science. So without delaying it much further, I would like all of you to please share the key findings from your research at the global level that you think would have an impact on the achievement of SDGs. And I would like to direct this question to Dr. Kundu first, and then we may hear from others too.
Thank you, Dr. Kapila. Thank you, Springer Nature, and Dr. Satvinder Kaur in particular for inviting me to this August gathering and to the panel discussion in particular. As Dr. Kapila, while introducing me, mentioned that I'm the country director for the project supported by UKRI on sustainable, healthy, and learning cities. This is a 5-year research, and a few takeaways which would impact our learnings on SDGs. The first is that the world has entered the urban century since 2007. We all know more than 50% of the population became urban in 2007. In 2020, 56% of the world population lived in urban areas, and the share is estimated to reach around 68% in 2050. And again, in 2020, as Dr. Paras Pujari did mention, Asia and Africa accounted for over 70% of the global urban population, which is expected to reach 75% by the middle of this century. And again, the World Cities Report published by the UN Habitat in 2020 did estimate that over 96% of the global urban population will happen in these two continents in the next few decades. And Africa will urbanize faster than that of Asia. And many Asian countries, particularly those in South Asia, would urbanize without harnessing the economic benefits of the demographic dividend, causing mass-scale unemployment and underemployment, again impacting SDG 8 adversely. South Asia will reach the peak of demographic dividend by 2028, while India will reach by 2030. Share of elderly will exceed that of children in India by 2060. Really a matter of concern for policy and programs. Again, African countries will experience urbanization associated with high fertility rates, which has declined in Asian countries. There'll be distress-driven rural to urban migration, lack of economic vibrancy in cities, as Asian cities have to some degree the magnetic pull from rural to urban areas that is lacking in most of the urban centers in Africa. And again, there's an increasing demographic dividend, which is not supported by economic opportunities, which will add to 2.1 billion working age group population by the turn of the century in Africa. And in addition to other SDGs, we understand that WASH and infrastructure will be a major challenge in global Africa, which needs to be addressed in addition to Asia. I stop here, maybe. Thank you.
So over to Dr. Chatterjee now. Can we hear your thoughts, please?
Yes, thank you. And good morning, friends, colleagues, ladies, gentlemen. So I represent an international organization called International Development Research Center, and we are a funder of development research across the globe. And from that perspective, and funding development research means all the SDGs in different permutation, combination together, and so forth. So we realized quite early, going straight to the topic of our panel, that open data for development is critically important. Most of our funding are raised from public sector. More and more we are working with philanthropies and private sector in partnership to increase our impact, to increase our reach and so forth. And we adopted open data for development quite early. We encourage all our partners to enter into dialogue with us to develop a plan for how we're going to handle open access issue in a particular piece of research that we support or that we conduct together. That means aspects of publication, that means gray literature, that means data that comes out, sometimes raw primary data, its access. And we recognize that every institution we work with have their own plans, policies. Many are public institutions, they're governed by government rules, regulations, policies. So it's a process of dialogue that we engage right from the beginning, and we're willing to put money behind making outputs from our research, gold access or green access, whatever the case may be. So that's how we have approached. There is a big debate that whether open access is going to help researchers across the board in the global north and in the global south, whether opening up would mean, again, another round of difficulties for researchers in the global south or not. I think it's an interesting debate, but to us, this is a no-brainer. We have to generate data from across the globe. We have to generate data for, key issue for us that we have to generate data from everywhere and make that data available to all researchers and policymakers. And we cannot project data from some data-rich region on a region where there are no data being collected and make big conclusions. That time is over for us. The key is to invest where we have understanding from every region of the world, and then we develop a global agenda which is equal and which is more on target, frankly speaking. So we come from that perspective, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Chatterjee. So, Professor Dua, your recent work has been related to the synergies between United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and the 4th and 5th Industrial Revolutions. Could you please elaborate on this and share some specifics of your work?
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Mamta Kapila. I would also take this opportunity to thank Springer Nature for inviting me to serve as a panelist, and in particular, I would like to thank Sagarika Ghosh for persuading me to be part of this event. Now, as I had mentioned earlier, Mamta, I do have a presentation, so can I make that presentation? Yeah. Oh, it's up there already. Okay, all right. So I can go to the podium if you like, or should I just? Yeah. Okay. All right. Once again, a very good morning to all of you. I present the relation between Industry 5.0 and the attainment of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Next, please. First, I will discuss the concepts of Industry 4.0 and Industry 5.0 and show how the human-centric approach of Industry 5.0 is more conducive to the attainment of SDGs. Second, I examine the complementarity between Industry 5.0 and Society 5.0 and their contribution to sustainable development. Next, I look at the contribution of technology towards SDGs. I conclude by quoting the ambrosial remarks by revered Professor Prem Saran Satsangi Sahab, extracted from the book Consciousness Studies in Sciences and Humanities, Eastern and Western Perspectives. Next, please. The process of industrial revolution started with steam engines in 1780. Industry 4.0, or the automation revolution, ushered in artificial intelligence, robotics, big data, the Internet of Things, machine learning, cloud computing, and interconnectedness between computer systems across the globe. Industry 5.0 shifted the paradigm from digitalization to personalization and reintroduced the concept of human touch with significant advances in the domain of immersive technologies. The merging of physical and virtual spaces made it easier to address broad social and environmental issues beyond the industrial sector and facilitated the attainment of sustainable development goals. Further, the three core values of Industry 5.0, human centricity, sustainability, and resilience, are conducive to achieving the SDGs. Moving on to the concept of a smart society. Actually, can we go back on the slides? It's not corresponding to mine. Yeah, this one, please. Yeah. Transformations in the manufacturing processes facilitate the establishment of a technology-oriented, human-centered, super smart society, which is called Society 5.0. In such a society, technologies coexist with human-centric approaches to facilitate digital and physical infrastructures. Thus, even though Industry 5.0 and Society 5.0 are distinct concepts, they are complementary and emphasize the importance of a balance between economic growth and resolving societal and environmental issues. Both Industry 5.0 and Society 5.0 contribute to the three pillars of sustainable development: society, environment, and economy, thus expediting the fulfillment of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Next, please. We now look at the impact of technology on the attainment of SDGs. A recent study published in Nature Communications shows that artificial intelligence-based technologies and applications have the potential to positively impact around 82% of societal SDG outcomes, 70% of economic SDG outcomes, and 93% of environmental SDG outcomes. Needless to say that the human-centric approach of Industry 5.0 can further facilitate the realization of SDGs. For example, if we take goal number 3, good health and well-being, this depends on technological advancements for early warning systems for the prevention of infectious diseases. At the same time, human-centric solutions like customized care as per the need of the patient, multidisciplinary teams of medical professionals, and coordinated diagnosis and universal access to healthcare services play a significant role in achieving sustainability and resilience. Another example, if we look at goal number 4, quality education, this can be enhanced by advanced technologies and can also be made affordable for all. Nevertheless, human touch is indispensable for ensuring quality, motivation, and physical and emotional well-being. Next, please. Thus, Industry 5.0 with a human-centric approach can make a significant impact on the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Next, please. I conclude with the ambrosial remarks of revered Professor Prem Saran Satsangi Sahab on ushering in the 5th Industrial Revolution, extracted from the book Consciousness Studies in Sciences and Humanities, Eastern and Western Perspectives, Springer Nature, Switzerland. Quote, lacto-vegetarianism, lacto-shakahar, practiced by estimated stabilized approximately 1 billion population, holds the capacity of feeding requisite healthy diet to 11 billion people on planet Earth in solar system-based Milky Way galaxy, and promising imperishable existence in purely spiritual domain, articulative, Ra, Dha, Swa, A, Mi, faith, via unity with duality at will, thus ushering in the 5th Industrial Revolution through continuing pursuit of digitization, discretization. While the world at large still talks about coping strategy for inevitable merger with the nearest orbiting Martian galaxy, even preparing for dumping International Space Station debris at Point Nemo for surviving dissolution and great dissolution predicted by the modern scientific community, without the benefit of escalatory, fail-safe options through ultra-transcendental meditational practices of Radhaswami faith, inherent in microcosm of every living human brain, as duly identified by modern neuroscience, for transiting to the purely spiritual domain beyond nature, macrocosm, endowed with infinite degrees of freedom in physical and astral domains, ruled separately as well as jointly by Maya and Kal, in collusion as it were, unquote. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That was wonderful. So I have a question to Dr. Verma now. I see from your profile that you're actively involved in tasks related to gender equity. Could you please enlighten us with the specifics that you're working on?
So I forgot the first 3 questions you asked. You initiated, okay. No. I thought that was posed for all of us. Anyway, all right. Thank you. Well, I work on the issues of gender equality for several years, and the kind of findings that have relevance for the SDG and also your topic on open research, I think I picked 3. I mean, there are several that have. I picked 2 or 3. One is that, and it's not a brainer, but I suppose it has to be put on the put up front, and that is that gender, the manner in which we experience and play out in day-to-day lives, is supported by institutions. So institutions are highly gendered. And therefore, a lot of anomalies and gender inequalities that we see in terms of the health inequities or educational inequities or workforce participation, women's workforce participation, in fact, in India is declining, contrary to everywhere else, is because our institutions have not supported, have not really promoted the gender equality in the sense that would really bring about structural changes. And in that sense, the SDGs, and from a feminist critique perspective, we think that the SDGs have not really done. Of course, they are far better than MDGs. MDGs were rich men's clubs kind of agenda, but SDGs did bring about cross-cutting goals and targets, and the gender equality was placed both as a standalone and as a cross-cutting kind of goal. But still, the SDG has fallen short of challenging the neoliberal economic framework. It has continued to believe in a very linear and simplistic assumption that economic growth will lead to the equality and equity, which doesn't really work. We have seen that how, I just quoted that, in the last 10 years or so, how women's workforce participation has in fact gone down in India. And despite education and despite more and more women joining workforce the professional education, they don't join or they drop out from the employment. And we see very few women leadership in any sector, very, very small. And I think the serious concern that we have, and our findings, our observations suggest, that there is no accountability fixed on the private sector. There's a much greater role of private sector into the in development sector now, because UN Secretary General said that unless private sector spends into the development, there's no money with the government to spend on the development. But there's no way you can hold private sector accountable whether they are spending the way it should be to promote the equity and equality. And I think gender being an intersectional issue and construct, we always find that women become the lowest denominator, and women of the marginalized caste is the lowest denominator of entire. So we still continue to see, continued child marriages, school dropouts. We see a lot of loss of talents among women, and that is the kind of I'm giving a very broad stroke observation of the findings that we keep hitting on at every issue that you take. And one of the issues that we always say that move the agenda from the outcome downstream oriented outcomes to upstream. We must work on norms. We must work on the structures of the institutions that sustain and embody the gender in a most inequitable manner. And I think I'll just stop there, because I think one could give a whole lot of detailed information, but there's not much time. I just want to reiterate what Anindya was saying. In this entire game is the data which is missing, and from the open research perspective, the manner in which data is generated, presented, analyzed, that needs to be really looked at carefully. There is there has been always a demand for sex disaggregated data for everything, and we don't get. During COVID time, we have been tracking for 195 countries from 2020. The moment COVID hit the scene, we began tracking the data on the infection, the deaths and vaccinations, and the ICU admissions and hospitalization rates by sex. And we found that out of 195 countries, hardly about 20% of the countries report sex disaggregated data. And that too is very unreliable. Sometimes it will go up and then it will not be there. So you don't really know how many women died, how many men died, and in which situation, who died more, for what reasons. Unless we have that context, social and economic contextual information, one does not really know exactly where to hypothesize and how to approach. I mean, what we always talk about, and you are all on evidence-informed programming, but if you don't have the basic data on such intersectional issues, where do you generate the programs from? You know, so I think that's a key issue that I think all of us within the sector of development are struggling, and we are constantly advocating for transparency of data, transparency of disaggregated data, and disaggregated data right up to the block, you know, as you know, grassroots as possible. See, SDG says leave no one behind. That's the principle. But are we leaving? I mean, what are we doing to do that? To leave no one behind, unless we have information about the person who is the most marginalized, and we don't have. We don't have that information. So I think there is a long way to go, and the work on gender has taught us hard way that how it hits the most vulnerable of the societies, women and the marginalized women in the communities, and we need information for them. We need to, so we need to work at the level of norms, we must work at the level of institutions, we must work at the level of getting data as disaggregated as possible, and as you say, open research. Well, Springer doesn't even allow the open access. You are doing the open research debate here. I am trying to publish a book that is so expensive. Once you publish this kind of paper in Springer's books, downloading is kind of, it costs huge. So I think Springer must make the publications open access, actually. I tell you, from the development sector. Or you ask the private sector to invest into this kind of, to make those articles open access, you know, rather than making authors to go around and hunt for the money. And we all who work in development sectors, you know, don't go around fishing for money to publish those articles. Just so that the people, you know, there are many good articles that are published in these journals and books, development articles which have such strong value, they are not accessible because you guys are published and they are not accessible. There's no money to pay to download those. So I think open research is good to talk and is a fancy term. We have seen during the COVID-19 time that all the estimations that were done by the scientists, there were one whole lobby which was really putting the data onto the open website so that everybody could critique. So therefore estimations could be, you know, it was very participatory. Anybody who knew the estimation methods and could contribute was contributing to the entire process of projections and estimations. And that's how we had so many estimations, and then we could see who, you know, who is near the reality or not, and revalidate it from the data. But otherwise, there's no other attempt that I have seen in the development sector, especially that relates to development of, let's say, the most critical aspects of human life, that is education and health and well-being, and women in the care economy, especially informal sectors, that there's any open system of even processing, collecting, analyzing, and presenting that data set. And if the articles are published, they are not accessible even by those. So I would really leave my thoughts here for the right kind of people. You are all publishers. I think you should really think about open research from making it accessible. And that's important. All right.
Thank you so much. So I think this brings in a wonderful question for Stephen to address. Stephen, as Dr. Verma said, the authors have their limitation in publishing open access article because then that comes to them with a huge cost. And so from a publisher's perspective, what is it that we can do and help them attain the SDGs and, you know, have their publications in open access?
Thank you. That certainly yesterday, my first day in India for 4 years, that message came through loud and clear with the ministry and at the institute that we visited, that the affordability of open access in India and the global south is a real and pressing issue and the one that we have to address. I think I have two answers, and I'll keep them brief. Firstly, the transformational agreements that I referred to enable existing money to be reused for this purpose rather than having to find new money. And secondly, that I think many corporations have money now set aside for CSR purposes, for social responsibility. I can't think of a more socially responsible thing to do than to try and help fund with suitable accreditation and promotion for those organisations who are putting their money, if you like, where their mouth is, to support research so that existing research that was originally published subscription can be made openly accessible, as well as new publications and data that comes through that doesn't have the funding to support it directly. That could be redeployed by pooling CSR money from corporations in order to be able to support that. I don't think it's a silver bullet. I don't think by itself it'll be enough. We'll have to look at other things, the wider philanthropic sector, where again money is available, and I've talked to funds that actually talk about it being difficult to feel that they can responsibly allocate the money for various trust and other reasons. But I think we need to look at a diverse set of funding because otherwise this knowledge will remain inaccessible and the purpose for its use is obviously far more important than allowing that limitation to get in the way. Thank you.
Thank you for responding positively. I really think that private sector has great responsibility and must play a role in this, to support the researchers. Well, we know Springer's publications are highly valued. You have impact factor of 1.5 and 3 and all that. But then who reads that? That's all read by those who are in that elite clubs of writing, publishing, and universities of global north. But global south people who are, and not from the university and colleges, but those within the communities, they don't. I mean, data belongs to the people from whom it is collected. So how do we make accessible to the common people is really critical in this entire process. And I think publishers like Springer must really play a great role in demystifying this, the entire academic world, to make it accessible in terms of even understanding and interpreting that data for the people to make it relevant to their lives. And I think within ICIW we are constantly bridging that gap. What we do is, when we work within the communities, we begin the journey by sharing data with people. So even the National Family Health Survey data or census data, or we begin the participatory research, exercises with the communities, and the first thing is to tell them what data talks about, and do you really see this as relevant to your life, and why. So it's not, so it's just not off the cuff kind of anecdotal discussions that happen, but discussions begin from very well-informed data that is already there in the somewhere up there, and we begin to translate that data to the people, and then begins the journey of development deconstruction, of the practices and norms and relations and all that. So, and I think we are far and few in between. We are very few people. I mean, I think those who are working on the grassroots, and there are very few grassroots organizations who are really having the wherewithal to take the data back to the people. And that's where I thought that's important that you all really hold the flag on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Could I just respond also then to your further point of we're seeing that open access for at least many countries, including India, may be an ideal, but it's not addressable and accessible yet. The discussion we had yesterday morning with the ministry was about a stepping stone: public access. Public access requires two things. One is free access to content online. The other is it being reinterpreted for a much wider audience than researchers, hence the public aspect to it. And they are two things that we're currently experimenting with in order to try and find a formula that will work, not just in India, but worldwide, because this also is a problem in the north as well as the south, if we use those very basic terms. So public everywhere needs to understand what's going on. It needs to be interpreted for it. It is unrealistic to expect the public to read many of the books and papers that we publish for the purposes of researchers. What's important is that we can explain it in more straightforward terms for a wider public, and in particular the future consequences of not being able to take action or not supporting the building up of understanding and interventions going forward. Thank you.
I have a related comment. In addition to, as you mentioned very rightly, accessing is a problem, and also putting it out in the public domain. So me as an editor, when I am editor of a book published by Springer Nature, there's an option whether it's open access, and if I put a tick mark on that, the amount of money that is needed to make it open access is quite huge. So for any researcher, at times, if it is not supported by any project, it becomes difficult. So if Springer Nature could bring down that cost, or if it could be free of cost, that would be really good for the entire academic community. Thank you.
Thank you. So your inputs are really, really appreciable, and I think this is going to give us a good point to make our concrete strategy on working on these things. So Stephen, more for you. Okay, I have, next I think we'll move on to Professor Kalra, who has joined us virtually. I hope he's there, because he wanted to
share a presentation.
Professor Kalra?
So I will be actually mentioning a case study how we have implemented in Dialbag and Dialbag Educational Institute the sustainable goals, and how did we go about implementing this. So these are the things which everybody knows. So I'll request to move to the next slide. See, the issues to be addressed in these goals is about a planet, where we talk about waste treatment, clean energy. Dialbag Educational Institute, Dialbag has about 2 megawatt of solar. Water and clean air, effectively every day the testing is done for quality of air and quality of water, and we try to meet WHO standards. We have 1,200 acres of land, as has been mentioned, and forests. I will like to bring it to your attention. In last about 7 to 8 years, we have developed almost about 7 to 8 hectares of biodiversity park, so that the footprint of sustainability becomes really realizable and great, in addition to the 1,200 acres of land on which the daily basis agriculture happens by the community. Next slide, please. The society, the quality of life improves, and we have implemented misting, which actually brings down PM10 and PM2.5, and these things really help on daily basis. I think we have Professor Satyaprakash, you can comment on these things later. There is a social integration here, and this social integration I can reflect you very clearly with the data. This year about 40,000 people applied to the institute for admissions, and 1 lakh people have applied, 100,000 people have applied to UGC for these institutions. And we are supposed to take only 3,500. It's very competitive. But this institution has 70% girls and 80% people below poverty line. And they have come through this competition. And the education has been made affordable to all by Earn While You Learn scheme. And equal opportunities to all gender of people is given. Next slide, please. This thing actually, peace and cooperation, structural reliance and public finance, I'm going to discuss this in more detail. There are actually frugal lifestyles, and the students are trained in skills and work experience courses where they can earn their own money to support education and support themselves. Next, please. Sustainable development actually is a hallmark of this place. In addition to agriculture, we have done, the lot of work in terms of electric vehicles. What you see here is the Mahindra Scorpio was converted between 20 hours an electric vehicle. Similarly, you'll see a slide here where people are trying to have driverless car using artificial intelligence. So we, from high-end technology to the low-end people, we try to empower all of them. Next slide, please. So now, what influences to work in this way? So the influences are basically from spiritual world, which creates value system, and value system is ethical, moral, spiritual, civic. Value system also is very, very crucial. And human capital development, at the same time we love nature. So we integrate all of them together, and we'll show you how this happens. And conservation is a way of life at Dialbag and DEI. The citizenship, enlightenment from early childhood. You will see some of these pictures where 3 months old children onwards, the education starts, and we believe this education is from maternity to eternity. And you will see their influences. The medical doctors have seen the influences of such a work, and communities have been created of different levels, different age. People come together from different background. People come together to collaborate and cooperate. However, all this put together, you need to create a culture for these sustainable goals to be achieved, which is a lifestyle. So that I will be discussing more in detail. Next slide, please. These are the concepts which have been put in place. The fatherhood of God and brotherhood of man, which brings in spirituality at, in a central stage, and believing in God, and basically brings in inclusivity, reliance, equality, equity, sustainability, sharing and sacrificing in service to humankind becomes this, crucial to develop this kind of feelings. But way of life, what we call is a better worldliness. Neither people go to forests, nor they become, go to fully involved in world. They follow a balanced minimum golden path with the minimalism, only utilizing resources which are required to sustain the life. And it is heartening for me to explain to you that the Dialbag Sustainable Goals, which we call Sigma 6QVAI, qualities, value, attributes, and innovations, were implemented 2005 onwards. They are fully implemented here, and they cover all the aspects of sustainable goals which has been defined by UN. And we are 10 years ahead of this. The most important part, which Mr. Verma and other people are talking, reaching the last, the least, the lowest, and the lost. How do we do this? One scheme I have already mentioned, the Earn While You Learn. We have medical camps every Sunday where more than 300 people, children come. Their nutrition is looked after. The education aspects of, hole in the wall, where they learn English, they learn music, they actually learn skills for sustaining themselves. And we have developed tribal villages, as it has been mentioned earlier to you by revered Professor Prem Saran Satsangi Sahab. So we have been able to reach to these people, and the last, the least, the lowest is in all aspects. It's not only about communication, it's about their education, it's about their food. So it's about the, all kinds of things. So the issues are that women empowerment has become a major opportunity. When Dialbag Educational Institute started an education in 1915, and first batch came in 1917, it was a co-ed middle school at that time. So we have been actually looking at women empowerment since inception of education. In the worldly sense, the highest level of education is spirituality, which is here 200 years, more than 200 years actually being practiced. Next slide, please. Now the action plan. We follow agroecology and precision farming, which has been actually debated. And this morning I was reading something that without extending even an inch of agriculture land, if the meat, eating is reduced by 70 to 80%, and we go organic, we will be able to feed 11 billion people. with the lacto-vegetarian nutrition. This is a data given in the literature, and I was very happy about it. It does help small farmers, aggregate small farmers and landless farmers. Not only this kind of development actually brings in together the quality of soil, water, fertilizer, seeds, sunlight, naturals, resources, and so on and so forth. I can go on this, but I'll wait for questions to be answered. This changes the lifestyle, how you look at nature, how you look at food, how you look at other requirements of the, human beings, animals, and plants. We also believe in creating hope and healing, and agroecology is the largest employer around the world. It employs more than 1 billion people, and the subset of that you can see here that in Dalbagh and DI, the largest employer for the last, the least, the lowest, and is there. And significant contribution to this come from climate, environment, sustainability, and citizenship. All these are the goals which have been a part of SDG. Please, next slide, please. And we actually believe in entrepreneurial education where people can stand on their own feet. And then during 1975, DI education policy was created, which was holistic and comprehensive and integrated education. And knowledge and skills were actually being developed among students to demonstrate responsibility, duties, disposition, cognitive, and participative skills. It's not only skilling to give them jobs, but to make them responsible citizens, because civic values and becoming a responsible citizen will only be able to implement these goals when people start thinking at a very high level. Higher order thought process will get developed. And this higher order thought process, as I mentioned to you, is a Superman evolutionary scheme which is being implemented. People can come and see here. And ultimately, this kind of education leads to Homo sapien to Homo spiritualis. Next slide, please. And these are the consciousness studies which actually addresses existential and experiential knowledge or ultra-transcendental meditation practiced along with the non-denominational prayers and uniform, which brings people at the same platform without any discrimination. People are talked about their social responsibility towards nature, towards other aspect of life, and realization of ultimate reality, which is truth of science. This and the lifestyle actually becomes what we call jugaad or frugal lifestyle, and believing in a lot of innovations, doing more with less. And sustainability, not only of nature, but sustainability of life, body, and mind, and beyond. The supreme being actually is most important to realize if you want to realize sustainable goals. And we have actually core courses which talk about comparative study of religion, agriculture operations, social service, and so on and so forth. I can go on, but one can actually seeing is believing. So I invite you people to see how this system has already met all the goals which are actually given in SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, which have been implemented already. And the technologies which are used is ICNC TOL, Information, Communication, Neurocognitive Technology Assisted Language Lab, examines how people's mind and brain changes over age when they learn different kinds of languages and so on and so forth. We have 479 plus minus one centers across the world where the skilling and this education get transmitted, and technologies. We have experts here who can answer on technology. Ultimately, we believe in Trinity within Trinity, and ad infinitum. Next slide, please. Next slide.
Excuse me, Professor.
And it contributes to planet, people, peace, prosperity, and partnerships. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kalra. This was quite comprehensive and informative. Thank you so much. So I have a question to all the panelists here. What are the best performance measures regarding assessment of sustainability initiatives? And a related question to this is, what is the current status of SDGs in India? Can we have Dr. Chatterjee views on this?
On the second question, status of SDGs in India, Niti Aayog publishes its annual report. There are other stakeholders who engage with the report, and so forth. From where I'm at, I don't think it is appropriate for me to get into a critique of what India is doing or what the reports are coming out. But I want to go back to where I started, and that is the importance of generating data, quality data, from primarily focusing on settings where it is not available, from population groups or communities from where it is not available, and investing in that. And investing in this exercise of data collection and analysis means that we have to go way beyond academic boundaries. It means community academia collaboration. It means finding new sources of resources to generate that kind of data, and so there and a lot of the data nowadays sit in the private sector. And how do you access that for public good question, regulatory question, partnership question, and so forth. So I think if we address that data conundrum, we will be addressing the issue of quality of implementation of any national program, any development program, including how we tracking SDGs in India, and so on, and make a broad brush comment on SDGs. SDGs is a bit of up and down in terms of the political priority that countries have given to SDGs. At some point it was quite high. I don't think it is that high in many countries' agenda in Asia at the moment, because there are more pressing priorities of inflation, of macroeconomic stability, of oil prices, of and all those implications. So SDGs is not the only framework countries are going to, and that's a problem. So how do we go back to look at SDGs with new analytic approaches and so on is a challenge, and a lot of countries have done quite well in South Asia, particularly on social indicators, so to say. So yeah, so that's my response. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. I realize that we are running against time, but now I would like to take this opportunity to open up the floor for any questions that our guests may have.
There should be some subsidy in the publication process as well as in the access process. It's very vital for the medical students who are not earning, but they want to make up their biodata. They are writing some projects, but they are not getting enough. They're not getting salary. They are, dependent on parents. So if there is a huge publication amount, they can't make their project findings accessible. So at least for the medical students and for the developing countries in the institute where the faculty and the employees, they are not supported by the government for these literary activities, kindly considers. It is our humble request, and I fully agree with Dr. Ravi Verma for this.
Continuing the same discussion with Dr. Ravi Verma, I appreciate the raising this issue. There are two issues. One is the open access. It's there, but as has been described, that if you want to publish in open access, you have to pay a huge amount from your own pocket. Other point is the cost of the books. I recently have published one book from Springer Nature, and thankful to that. The cost of the book is unsustainable for Indian doctors and Indian students. I'm a doctor. And leading to piracy, widespread piracy. In fact, before I received my book from Springer, I received the pirated copy of my book which was openly available. Of course, that means that you cannot sell the book in India in euros and dollars. You have to equate it with Indian currency. So, so this becomes a difficult issue. And I suggest I continue with the madam's description that regarding the open access, if you can open an open access medical journal in Indian scenarios so that we don't have to pay almost like more than 1 month's salary of our Indian doctors for publishing one article, so that it can be made at par with Indian currencies. 1,500 euro may not be a great currency for a European doctor, but it may be a huge amount for an Indian medical student, and even for doctors, even senior doctors like me. So consider that, please.
Just one quick comment in favor of Springer. All the 10 journals published by the Indian Academy of Sciences in partnership with Springer, the entire content of all the articles is available for free on the Academy website, and that's because Academy is funded by the government, the taxpayers' money. And Springer was generous enough to include this in our agreement. So indeed, 10 of these really good journals are entirely free, not only in India, but anywhere in the world.
Yeah, my question is more to Steve. See, I understand that this author needing to pay for the publication and payment for the download is a chicken and egg story. Yeah, I mean, someone has to pay because nothing is free. So maybe this is more for the policymakers. Can we make a calculation as to how much the country spends in terms of library subscriptions? So would you be okay that all this library subscription is withdrawn and given as project money to the research labs and the institutes for having a corpus fund for the authors to pay for their publication so that they remain open access? I think this is a kind of model that Europe also has been working on, if I am right.
I think I need to respond to several points there. If I start with the last, that's exactly what a transformative agreement is. And Germany is the largest in the world today, and 80% of the funding that libraries have has all been pooled and is now available as a central fund against which German authors can call upon so that they don't have to pay, the centre pays, and there's an accreditation arrangement. So think of it like a bank account against which each individual author can pay, and we've developed the technology to ensure that only authenticated researchers affiliated with the relevant institutions can draw upon that, and then we provide reporting and compliance statements to make sure that the money is appropriately accounted for. And we're very happy to do that in any other country in the world, including India. The discussion yesterday at the Ministry was that that may be too difficult given the diversity in India to adopt straight away, and therefore we were looking at what stepping stones might be possible for that. I think the wider points being made are about affordability more generally for Indian researchers and doctors and medical students. And I can't tell you about it at the minute because we're in negotiation, but we are looking to make available a much more cost-effective publishing platform focused on medicine. And I will make sure that if we can put those arrangements in place, that we will follow up with people who've raised those points here today so that we can let you know about it and open it up to be made available so that hopefully we can all take good advantage of it. But I'm afraid because we're in negotiation, I can't tell you the details at the minute, but it is certainly something that we aim to have agreement on and to be able to start to promote before the end of this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. That's a great assurance. Any other question? Yeah.
Should be undone under certain group of people who are doing research. They should be given money to pay for their publications. But I guess in a country like India, where you have lots of undergrad institutions and there are lots of students who read these papers out of their own curiosity, not to publish, if we follow this model, it will deprive many people of the access they get through the annual subscriptions in the central libraries. So this model, I think, will not work in a country where we have undergrad institutions and then grad institutions and then research-based institutions. So when we are talking about SDGs, we are talking about equity. Then I guess this model will create more inequity than equity. I feel panelists should respond. Thank you.
Sorry to be hogging this in terms of the responses, but these are all questions relating to commercial arrangements with publishers. I clearly failed to explain a transformative agreement. It doesn't just make available the money for authors, it bundles up also the existing subscriptions so that equity is not lost. We don't go backwards in terms of availability of subscription content. As a publisher, we take the risk that in the long term, this is the right model, and therefore we make available the subscriptions that exist already in place. Those are sustained, and some of the money is then used that we're paying for subscriptions, so we effectively discount the subscriptions and we use the available money to benefit researchers to pay for the APCs associated with open access. So the aim is not to go backwards, the aim is to expand and evolve and not to go into reverse.
Stephen, I've got a small question for you.
I just want to make one short comment, may I? Yeah, it's related to the point you made that you're trying to make open access. Thank you. Sorry. It's related to the point that you made that you're trying to make open access more achievable and accessible to the medical community and to the science thing. I would request you to have an overall policy for social sciences as well as to make it more reachable for everyone, because the institution-based, the full setup doesn't work, and I think there is a contradiction between open access and SDGs, because to sustain development goals, it has to be very people-oriented. Open access is very institution-oriented, and we need to reach and make it more people-oriented. Institutions want to work more on macro things, not on micro things. So there comes about a conflict of interest and promotion of material which benefits people and not institutions. Thank you.
So maybe,
Stephen, don't do anything. The moment you make anything free or cheaper, you will have to compromise with the quality. Please don't do that. Springer should maintain the quality. If someone is interested, he or she should go. If not, please don't come. And I had read a book, 7 Americas. If there are 7 Americas, there are 10 Indias as well. Please don't do that.
I think that's a wonderful suggestion. And since we are running against time, I think we'll have to conclude that. Maybe we can take up the last question and then we'll just close.
I have 2 questions or comments, maybe, whatever way that you can take. I'm thinking that yesterday's publications were knowledge and today's publication is a progress. When we look up at for the undergrad students who are more interested in yesterday's publications, why still they have to pay for a publication which is 5-6 years old? That is point 1. Point 2 is that I do accept that there is a certain money to be paid for covering costs, and of course every publisher has to be sustainable for whatever reasons. If there are, let us say, I'm taking some numbers, let us say $2,000, and for every download you ask $50. Why can't the publication fee be, the access fee be waived off for an article once 40 good souls download the paper and then you have gotten the business?
Before answering that, could I just say there is nothing that we are doing that's about reducing quality. Lest I gave that impression, we have to maintain quality, but also make content more accessible across all disciplines. I was trying to address the medical question, where we happen to be in negotiation with a particular organisation. We have to find other solutions for the humanities and social sciences. But just to very quickly answer your question about essentially the business models and why do people have to pay for content that has already been published. Overall, our model works that the total income we generate in a year pays for the bills of that year, and some of that income comes from work that we've done in the past, and some of the publishing we do today is at a loss and is cross-subsidised by that, so that overall we have a predictable and sustainable model for everybody. Bottom line, I have absolutely take the affordability issue more generally, and it is something that we are working on. We will need to work in different ways in different areas to make sure that we don't sacrifice the quality, but we are working on it, and we will continue to do so until we get it in a form that really works for researchers, institutions, students in India and elsewhere in the world. Thank you.
So I think we'll just close the panel discussion here. I'm sure there would be many other questions, but since we are running against time, I think the best time would be to interact during lunch and raise questions and seek responses. Thank you. So it was an honor. I mean, I'll just conclude it fast. So it was an honor to have you on the panel, and we picked up this topic as it is very close to our hearts, and this aligns very well to the organizational goals as well, to support the attainment of SDGs. And I believe we would immediately benefit from the thought-provoking ideas you shared here with us today. And this would help us build some concrete strategy to support the research community further. I sincerely hope you enjoyed this panel discussion too with us. And it has been an absolute pleasure working with such a pro. From the moment we first connected, I knew you would be the perfect panelist, and sharing valuable insights and brilliant takeaways on the topic. And you have been fantastic, I would say. On behalf of entire team at Springer Nature, we sincerely appreciate your valuable contribution to panelists, to the panel, and we know your time is precious. And we are immensely grateful that you were able to carve out some time with us. Thank you for helping us make this panel discussion a great success, and we look forward to working with you in future. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much. There's a small token of appreciation for all our panelists. May I request Alpana to please help us with those? Thank you. Thank you very much. You know, when the panel was to begin, I thought we're going to talk about open research and SDGs and all the work that's being done there. And I think somewhere in between, we touched upon so many topics that we might not have thought of when we started the discussion, and ended with the cost factor as well. So thank you all for that. They were really, really insightful discussions there. Thank you, Mamta, for moderating the session. And now moving on to the elephant in the room, literally, right? That's what Shubhra and I spoke of. So diversity, equity, and inclusion. Are these just hyped words, or are they really meaning something for us? Do they really make a difference? And do they even exist in the research ecosystem? So our next panel, to be moderated by Shubhra Priyadarshini, is Nurturing a Diverse and Equitable Research Ecosystem. I'd quickly like to call upon our panelists on stage. Lipi Tukral, Scientist, Associate Professor at CSIR IGIB and Wellcome Trust India Alliance Intermediate Fellow. Bittu Kaveri Rajaraman, Associate Professor of Biology and Psychology at Ashoka University. Ben Oboy, Chief of Natural Sciences, UNESCO. Malika Tiwari, Professor and Head of Department of Surgical Oncology, Institute of Medical Sciences at the Banaras Hindu University. A warm welcome to all of you. And we so hope and are sure of it, rather not hopeful, but sure of it, that all this wait for you as panelists and for all the audience is going to be worth it. Over to you, Shubhra.
Thanks, Nidhi. Yes, so when we were talking about this panel earlier on, Nidhi asked me what to say as an introduction, and I said, elephant in the room, of course. But before this panel, we have had another elephant in the room addressed, which is affordability of open access. And we also had a bit of talk about gender segregated data, right? So I think that's a great segue for all of us to begin this discussion. And I also think that we have a really cool panel. And it's across genders, across ages and hierarchies, and across disciplines. So I think let's begin by an introduction, and we think that we should do it a little differently. We should let the panelists introduce themselves, which is what would be a better thing in inclusivity to do. And I think we should also let everybody, disclose their pronouns, if that is okay with everyone. Lipi, with you.
Yeah, I am she and her. I am a computational biologist at Institute of Genomics and Integrative Biology. It sounds very far-fetched, but in reality we do simulations of proteins and membranes that allow us to understand the mechanisms of how cell operates at different processes. The main process that we are interested in autophagy, and yeah, I'm very glad to be here, and thank you, Shubhra, for inviting me.
And just to add to that, she's a mommy to twins.
All right, my name is Bittu. I'm a genderqueer trans man. I will explain what that is later, if you'd like. I don't know whether you wanted me to get into that now, but there are very few of us trans persons in academia, and so hopefully I'll talk a little bit about that, but also as an Ambedkarite from a caste privileged background, I'd like to also talk about caste and class, along with region and religion and how these intersectionally impact the way in which we can do science, along with our trans and other gendered identities. I am an associate professor of biology and psychology. So essentially I'm a neuroscientist. I work on behavior, ecology, the evolution of neural systems. And we work on insect communication, on how math and quantitative and numerical tasks are done by zebrafish and by dogs.
Thank you. My name is Ben Oboy. I'm the Program Specialist for the Natural Science Unit at the UNESCO office in New Delhi. I'm a German citizen. My family is half Ethiopian, half German. My wife is also here with me. We have 3 children together. They are in Amsterdam in the Netherlands. And my professional background is geography, geology, and ecology. sustainable human living.
Very good afternoon to everyone. My name is Dr. Mallika Tiwari, and I am a cancer specialist. Either I should say, if I say it technically, I am a hepatopancreatico-biliary and gastrointestinal surgeon, cancer surgeon, surgical oncologist. There are various names to it. Thank you for that. So my association with Springer dates back to many years now, and ever since I was in the Association of Surgeons of India, which is a very big organization of about 30,000, over 30,000 members now, of which only less than 3,000 in fact are women. So we run a publication, it's a journal, which is actually published by Springer. It's called the Indian Journal of Surgery. So I was in its editorial board since last 12 years now. So that's how I came in touch with Iti, who manages it so well, and thank you, Shubhra, for inviting me here. And currently, I'm a professor in the Department of Surgical Oncology and chief of the hepatobiliary unit at Banaras Hindu University. Thank you.
Yeah, so a surgeon and a woman, a rare breed. So that's what I'm saying. These all people on the panel basically have very niche things to share with us. And I'm so happy to have you all here. India just elected its second woman president, and that to a tribal woman. But that's great as something at the top. How difficult it is for women in mid-career positions or positions that do not get that kind of visibility. And not just women, we are also going to talk about other layers which India is just warming up to. So issues of transgenders, issues of caste, which is something unique in India, and how the academia and research community is basically poised today, and where should we aim for it to go. If we count the number of women directors of IITs or ICERs, or any social science institute, if you will, your fingertips are enough. So that's the kind of numbers we're talking about. I don't want to go too deep into data, there's tons out there, but what we'll do quickly is to start with some lived experiences of these excellent panelists and hear from them what exactly have they faced as people, as whatever they have been in their shoes through their journey in research and academia. So any random order, anybody who wants to go first is good. And of course you can intervene at any point of time. We are not keeping the question-answer session to in the end so that everybody can participate and we are not running out of time. So who wants to go first? Go ahead.
Probably have the mic, so maybe. Thank you again. I'm going to summarize some of the key points, as Shubhra was saying, about being women in science. And these may correspond to some of the roots or origin, and I don't want to be redundant because Bittu and I have been on these panels, number of panels, so let's just start to talk about, in my opinion, the three key issues which relate to the problems that are faced. And the numbers that you're talking about are actually the ripple effect, that why don't we see the woman in leadership roles. So I hope these 3 points which I have tried to structure would explain what we go through. So 2 of them, in fact, are unconscious bias, and 1 of them, I think, is a conscious bias. So the 2 unconscious biases, which I feel are deep ingrained in the society, 1 of them is the support system. Absence or little is the word, and 1 in these support system is the professional setup, and the other is the personal setup. You are lucky if you have personal support system. And I would assume that the women who make it have a decent support system. And then I want to elaborate on the professional systems. So, for example, when you join as a young PI or an assistant professor, how many would rally behind you? How many would accompany you to different societies or number of conferences or give you list of things which are important? In other words, mentorship. The mentorship that is received by the women PIs is almost non-existent. And this is also a number game because you have less number of women PIs, so it's already overwhelming for us to mentor the incoming women PIs, but I'm saying that overall mentorship is the first thing which is very less. And this is the one thing you get for granted if you are a cis male. Now, coming to the second unconscious bias which is there in the system is, of course, the topic of motherhood and the pace which lessens. Why do we have that in science more pronounced? Let me give you an example. We read literature, we've talked about publications, and that's the output. Once you go through 6 months of maternity leave, which is a very nice thing so hooray for Indian system to having it. I know my colleagues in US who do not get that. So we do have in postdoc and PI plus status the motherhood, the maternity leave of 6 months. Below that is a contentious topic, so I'll not touch that for students and for the consultants. But once you are in a, let's say, a more privileged position of a faculty, you do get 6 months. But what about the publications? What about the literature? Are you reading it? Will you be up to it? Most probably not. And then follows the other 6 months of very low confidence stage in your life because you've already missed a lot. So if you think COVID, you missed a lot, all the women go through COVID-like pandemic situation in their life when they birth a baby. And that is because you're missing on conferences, you cannot travel because your body and your surroundings do not allow you to do that. Plus, if you know you're confident, you have not gone through birthing a baby because those processes, those physical processes do not allow you to be confident. You've missed a lot, is what is the feel you get. Plus, the system has moved on. Now, there are 2 ways to look at this. And this unconscious bias is where an employer will say, oh, the whole thing has moved on. It's probably not an employer-employee best relationship. And in terms of PhDs, it even gets worse. But as a PI, I have had colleagues of mine who have gone through these stages, including me, and I can assure you, it's just a matter of time. Are you willing to give that time to your student is the question you have to ask yourself. Because when they bounce back, the literature is there. You just need time to catch up. It's just that we in our heads have made up the situation that that time is not available to the woman. So therefore, this is the rippling effect we get when the woman wants to join the workforce. It's probably too late is what we give. But I want to say it's not. It is actually the opposite. You have founded the family, hooray. And I want to congratulate you with a medal because this is what we do as a society, and we uplift each other and not really push back. So this is the second unconscious bias we all have. The third and the last point which I want to make is a conscious bias. As someone who has been a young PI, I was 31 when I joined as a faculty and assistant professor. I'm no more an early career. I'm at a position where I can now train, mentor, also postdocs and others, and also early career PIs. What I have realized is that there is an active discussion forum among few of us who decide that whether a woman or a man has to be picked up in a position. There are active discussions for it. And one can now deny that, but I've been a part of these discussions. For example, will the girl be able to pick up the boxes harder than a boy PhD? Should I take a smart PhD girl? Always yes. But further down the line, is that a requirement for a postdoc? It's not. Probably she'll not be able to travel. So there are these discussions, or there are these conscious thoughts in every employee's mind to decide which CV to pick. And I find this also reverse. I have been on a PhD panel where a girl PhD would say, I would not want to do a PhD with a female PI. So the conscious is not just male. It's also very much there in all the genders, and we think about it very consciously. So I think these 3 points, in my opinion, are the rippling factor for why we see less women in science and academia, about reading literature, about publishing, about output. We could not now talk about subset of these, but absence or less support system. The second point is the pace with which the 1 year pace, which gets reduced for the motherhood period, which we exaggerate to a level not required. It's a small break. Please consider that as a break. And lastly, the conscious bias, where we consider about discussing the points which are required. That's it. I'll stop there.
Yeah, right. Absolutely. And I think along with that, when you say the reverse is also true, when you pick CVs based on whether somebody is able to choose the color of the curtains better, or the menu at a conference better. So those roles are typically assigned to one particular gender. So great for you to have brought that up. Bitu, you have a very different perspective of it, and you sort of come from a transgender, transmasculine background. So do explain to the audience what that means, because all of us could do with a little bit of priming up, and also going beyond that. I know the challenges have been immense, but if you can also layer it with what you do in terms of caste, what you're researching in terms of other sort of layers of our non-inclusive society, so to say.
Okay, so I suppose I should start by introducing my own trans identity. So I am a genderqueer trans man. What does that mean? Most of you, so we're actually in a very privileged position in India because our working class, largely Hijra sisters, have created a level of trans awareness in this country and in this subcontinent really that does not exist in many other parts of the world, right? So the kinds of challenges I faced in the US, where people don't even think that trans people exist, they think that this is some kind of unreal phenomenon that's being made up in people's heads, they don't understand that there is disadvantage associated with being trans. We don't have to worry about all of those same issues here. We start from a position of our sisters having built this discourse. Of course, the flip side of that is that when people hear about the word transgender in this context, they're largely thinking of trans women, right? Because the majority, the Hijra community is a trans feminine community. Someone like me is trans masculine. It's a very similar phenomenon, but in some sense in the opposite direction. And also the discourse conflates social gender with the ways in which we understand and experience our bodies. So for me, being a genderqueer trans man dissociates these two so that you can understand each separately. When I say I'm a trans man, by that I mean that my brain has an expectation of my body as a male body. So for example, if all of you actually go through this exercise right now, just close your eyes and pick up your hand, right? Or hold it in front of you, right? I'm gonna ask you to do this. Just close your eyes. Do you have a mental image of where your hand is? You know where it is in space, even though you can't see it, right? You have a feeling of how high it is. If you raise it, you have a sense of how high, how low, that kind of thing. And so your brain does this because there's an expectation, you know, from your sensory receptors, right? Of where your hand is, how far it reaches, how high it reaches. When you move a muscle, how much higher is it going, that kind of thing. So my brain has a similar set of expectations from my body, except it assumes that the sensory touch inputs that are coming in are those that would be expected from a male body. Okay, so you can all lower your hands. Thank you for doing that exercise with me. But it explains to you how there's a component of how we feel our bodies that relates to the trance experience. And so imagine then if you had a third arm on your body, right, which you're not receiving sensory input from. I mean, you're expecting to receive sensory input from it, but you're not receiving sensory input, so it may feel like a phantom kind of body part. You may have body parts that you know they're on your body, but it surprises you each time you realize that they are there, right? This is part of what is called dysphoria in the trance experience. And so when I say I'm a trance man, I just mean that my brain expects my body to be a typically masculine body, right? And is surprised by any deviation from that. When I say I'm gender queer, I mean that even though my brain expects my body to be masculine, that doesn't necessarily mean that I want to socially fit in a sort of masculine category. If I'm forced to say, look, you have to choose between one or the other, then I'll say, look, it just makes my life simpler if everybody uses he pronouns, for example, for me, or you know, or just treats me the way they would treat any other guy. That makes me. So, for example, if you're already distracted because you're feeling body parts that aren't there, or you're surprised by input that you are getting, that's a constant distractor in your mind. And if on top of that, people are scrutinizing you wherever you go, saying, why do you have that third arm, right? So this is something that we share with people with disability, is that you're dealing with your disability. On top of that, you're dealing with the social gaze associated with disability. And the social gaze associated with transness is gender, right? People saying, but you look like this, or your voice sounds like this, therefore why isn't everything else all adding up to my social expectation of what you should look like or sound like or everything else? So when I say I'm genderqueer, I say that I think the gender might actually be oppressive for all of us to varying degrees, depending on our privilege in the socially constructed gender hierarchies. And I would like to annihilate, really, and really think of what gender annihilation looks like when it comes to gender, of course, but also caste and class. And this includes then the fields of STEM. Why annihilation? Why not accept separate but equal? For many years, feminist movements, some kinds of reformist movements around caste and class, especially in the context of particular social movements in this subcontinent, have emphasized the idea of separate but equal, right? They've said, look, we can all be different, we'll be different from each other, but we will treat each other equally. And that discourse has had a lot of, it's really gone forward in a lot of ways. I just want to interrogate that discourse without necessarily proposing an alternative, a simplistic alternative right away. Oh, no worries, thank you. So, so for example, people like Baba Sahib Ambedkar said, you cannot have separate but equal when it comes to caste. You have to annihilate the system. What does something like that look like for gender, for example? Well, for many years, there was this stubborn gap that persisted between the performance of women and men in science. 100 years ago, if you were to be an objective gatherer of data, you would conclude from your data that women couldn't do anything, right? You would conclude from your data that women couldn't do writing, reading, right? Nothing. And that was because we lived in a social world. So when we as neuroscientists gather data, the brain that we gather data from, or the behavior that emerges from it, is always shaped by social forces, right? And scientists tend to forget that. So 100 years ago, a completely objective researcher would say, look, women can't do anything, right? They can't do anything professional. And it is us as feminists who've changed the world such that women are actually getting the same, starting to get the same kinds of opportunities as men. That has produced the world today where you say, well, nobody really can just look at the data around them or collect data supporting that previous hypothesis. But to this day, even the most committed feminists find this really stubborn gap in STEM. right? Why is it that women are not in STEM science fields to the same degree as men? And this has also been related to a particular gap in spatial mathematical skills in IQ tests. So around 2007, when there was a churning, I was at Harvard at the time, I was getting my PhD, and the president of our university, Larry Summers, actually ended up doing us all a massive favor by saying, look, maybe we shouldn't be surprised that women can't do science. Right? Maybe they just can't. I mean, why are we just banging our heads against the wall talking about inclusion and diversity? The good news was that that churned a debate, right? And it really addressed a lot of the latent sexism and racism and so on that we were dealing with at Harvard at the time. And one of the things that emerged was a set of studies where people across genders were trained on video games, right, that simulated spatial skills. And they found that, that playing these video games improved everybody's performance, unsurprisingly. But it also narrowed the gender gap in these stubbornly persistent IQ tests, right? The persistent gap sort of narrowed. And so this then sort of puzzled everybody, because we all know that boys and girls are sitting in the same classroom today. We're saying, look, they're equal in the classroom, but they're separate categories. But the point is, as long as they are separate categories, when they go home, they are treated differently. Or even in the schoolyard, they are treated differently, right? Girls think that they must not play games. They must not play video games, right? That's a trivial waste of time. Triviality is something allowed for boys, right? Games are allowed for boys, right? In a completely we all know that there's a gap between how boys and girls play game. And so now it turns out that something like performance in IQ tests that are relevant to developing the kinds of spatial and numerical skills that, that are required in STEM may just depend on, are you actually getting, you know, practical experience of Newtonian mechanics by throwing a ball around, right? So separate but equal is a line of thought that we must all question to think of future possibilities of liberation for all of us with respect to gender, with respect to caste, with respect to class, with respect to disability, and so on. And finally, this is a perspective that I bring to the table because I am a trans person, right? Because I see gender is not working for me, and from the margins I see it is not working for everyone else. So another you know, perspective, therefore, that I think everyone needs to think about is, what is the perspective from the margins? Not just one of include me, right? Keep your hierarchies intact and just place me somewhere in them. That's not what I'm asking for. I am saying that people on the margins have a unique understanding of all the things that are messed up about the mainstream. So use those perspectives to interrogate the mainstream and change the ways in which we think equity might or might not work. So I'll stop there and yeah, go ahead.
No, thanks very much. I mean, that's great context for all of that we want to talk about. And of course, you also bring in very subtly the issue of tokenism in representation. So fantastic. I think what we also want to hear from you is how the STEM ecosystem really fits into all of these concepts and has, you know, traditionally or historically been, and how we are looking at it now in India, and whether there are things that excite you for the future, and more. So we'll come to that in a bit. Before that, we'll hear from Benno, his perspectives, because Benno has been there, done that, been in many countries around the world and seen the STEM ecosystem of each of these countries from the lens of DEI, of course, and from other lenses. And so he will be able to tell us whether we are in India in a privileged position already, or there are countries which are faring better than us.
Okay, thank you so much. So at the outset, I would like to give you a token of appreciation. So this is the Braided River. It's a book that we just published proudly at UNESCO New Delhi, The Braided River, the Universe of Indian Women in Science. So this only addresses one gender. And anybody who would like to have a copy of that, please send me an email. It's open access, and we have it also available as PDF. So I would like to share a number of points on how to make the science arena a better place. Right at the beginning, I would like to say the obvious. I don't understand why governments are still spending every year, pre-COVID, $2 trillion combined on what they call defense spending. During COVID, it has risen, and it is rising right now. We need that money to solve the real issues that we have. We need to spend some of that money, and it includes every single country. We need to set some of that money being spent on science, education, science, and technology. So that's my first point. You asked me of places where I've been living in the world. I left Germany when I was 26 years old, and I went to the United Arab Emirates, and then to Saudi, and then back to the Emirates again, and then to Qatar. So I spent quite a number of years in the Arab states of the Gulf, and they are kind of being looked at as if they oppress the women and as if they are not doing enough for the women. I can only assure you it's not the truth. The women there have risen like a phoenix, and they should be very, very proud of how they have brought up the women. It doesn't mean that enough has been done, but they have done a lot. I also spent 5 years in Africa, in particular in Ethiopia. I was astonished at one panel that I participated, that all the panelists were men, whereas the audience was full of women, and I asked them, what are you doing? Why don't the sisters come and join the brothers here on the stage? So there's also a mental concept. They have the women, but they don't participate. They just need to click the switch. We also spent 5 years with a family in Thailand, which is, of course, an extremely liberal country in terms of gender. And yeah, Thailand is doing very, very good for women participation. I don't know all the genders. I can only talk about men and women. But for the women participation, they are actually one of the best countries in the world for primary, secondary, and tertiary education. But then there is a steep drop from 52%, actually stronger than the men, to 28%. And I think in India, you asked me, I think India is also doing very, very well on the same level, but you have the same issues here. After tertiary education, there is a huge dropout. Why does that matter? So it matters for two prime reasons, and for sure there are more reasons than that. One is, of course, fairness, but the other is economy. Approximately 50% of the people in the world are women, and do we really want to leave them out? What about the equality? What about the economy? They have a contribution to make, not only for the economy, but also to solve the real issues that they have. And I'm not talking about defense, I'm talking about defending ourselves against pandemics, biodiversity loss, pollution, environmental degradation, climate change. We need the women and all other genders as well to participate. This is the business of everybody. There are other groups than men, and men are dominating the sciences, but we should not let the other groups out. These issues to be solved concern all genders, and they concern the youth and everybody, so everybody should be involved. Talking about the SDGs a little bit, and it was said that science, I think you said that, science is the best tool that we have available to bring up solutions. So the human life support system is also reflected in the SDGs. It is actually quite surprising that we have an SDG for water, SDG 6, and we have an SDG for food, SDG 2. We can live 3 weeks without food, 3 days without water, only 3 minutes without air. Why is there no SDG for air? So again, we need to mobilize everybody. Also, when we formulate the SDGs, everybody needs to participate so that we don't forget something so important like developing an SDG for air, right? I mentioned biodiversity conservation, climate change. We also need to mobilize women and everybody else into the research of clean energy. We cannot continue just burning the fossil fuel like we are doing it, because we have the energy paradox. Plastic pollution, we need to develop more recyclable and more degradable plastics. The oceans have, by now, probably more plastic than fish in them. And yeah, so at UNESCO, we most certainly encourage science for all. We should focus on real issues. One of the previous panelists used the phrase, leaving nobody behind. We have already left a lot of people behind. I give you the pro-COVID figures. 4.7 billion, that's more than half of us. We are now about 8 billion people in the world. When I was born, it was about 3 billion. More than half, 4.7, have at least 1 month per year difficult access to fresh water. More than half. 1.2, no or lack of access to electricity and energy, and 820 million a daily struggle to find food. So there we also need to mobilize the science to find solutions. As a matter of fact, we have already a lot of solutions, so also we need to apply the solutions. So the science communication needs to happen better. Scientists cannot just only talk to scientists and say, oh, I found this and I found that. No, we have to bring it over to the decision makers, and we need the right people in the decision makers. So, Ministry of Science, the minister should be somebody with a science background. Ministry of Education, the minister should be somebody with an education background. Ministers of Defense, they all have a defense background, most of them, not always. So, yeah, in agriculture, they should have an agricultural background. Most certainly in environment, so important. They should have a background in environment. Most of the time, unfortunately, they have a background in politics or law. We should not do that. So science should be a platform to achieve peace. That's, by the way, why UNESCO was established as a platform to achieve peace on the platforms of science, education, and culture. We need to achieve the SDGs. We are far away from achieving them. UNESCO has gender equality as an overarching global priority since more than 22 years at least. But we are still talking about men and women. There are probably 14 different genders being formulated if you search that. So, having said that, for me, gender equality, because genders are not equal. They have differences. But what it means is there should be equal respect, equal access, and most certainly equal pay for the same job. The new normal that we have to achieve in the world by mobilizing science, I would call that living in harmony with nature. Right now, we are kind of behaving as if we have 2.5 planets available. We cannot continue to do that because our children and grandchildren and their grandchildren have to pay the price for it. So it requires all genders to participate, and every single one of us to achieve living in harmony with nature. Just at the end, one word on open access. So, of course, UNESCO supports open access very much, and I've been publishing since more than 20 years with Springer Nature, and it's a fantastic publishing house. I have so much respect for you, and I'm so thankful for you. I've been an editor of 6 volumes on the subcar ecosystems of the world, salt desert ecosystems. Also an editor of the Water, Energy, Food Security Nexus in the Arab region, jointly with UNESCO, United Nations University, and Springer Nature. That was not open access, it was before the open access time. And right now, and we are expecting 3 volumes to be published this year, the Water, Energy, Food Security Nexus in Asia Pacific, 3 volumes. And that is the first time that I'm publishing open access with Springer. And because of the discussion with UNESCO and Springer, it cost us an 18-month delay. And it was very, very stressful. So it's not stressful only on the authors to pay, it's also very, very stressful to find the way through the bureaucracy in intergovernmental organizations. So we have to learn from that. After we publish these 3 volumes, we have to learn from that and make it much simpler, because an editor has so much work to do, so much communication, so much checking and checking again. I cannot just go through the bureaucracy of 18 months delaying this. Good news is I'm already in the process of mobilizing the Water, Energy, Food Security Nexus for Africa, so they will be in touch with you very soon, our office in Nairobi. And finally, we are also publishing, or I'm publishing in a private capacity with Springer, a new book series called Blue Carbon Ecosystems. And I invite you all, if you would like to be the guest editor of a volume, or if you would like to contribute, please contact me and you would be very welcome. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that macro picture of things. And of course, for the book, thank you. I've been looking forward to read it. At the same time, you brought up some issues, number one of which caught my ear was Germany, and where you worked earlier, or where you were born and moved out. That's where our headquarters also are. And I see a connect with Lipi here, who's been in Germany for her PhD. And there are things that we can talk about transnationally, how things have shaped for India and how things have shaped for other countries in DEI issues. But before that, I want to go over to Mallika, who's basically lone soldier, torchbearer of DEI in her particular profession. So tell us your perspectives, and of course, do tell us where you see these issues being addressed in surgery, and where do you have optimism for the future?
Well, thank you. And speaking last after such learned and erudite speakers is itself a challenge. But let's start. So, carrying forward from what my co-panelists just said, where India ranks as far as this global gender gap is concerned. As far as the latest data, India ranks only at 135th amongst 146 nations. And I was really surprised to read, although I was asked not to quote any data, but this was so startling that India is at 135th position. And we are far behind all our neighbors, excepting Afghanistan, Iran, and things like that. And Pakistan, sorry. Yeah, how I missed that. So if we look into the aspect of women in surgery that I would like to touch upon, there are a number of women who are joining surgery as the current generation. But when I was there and joined surgery, there were not many. And I think I was the only girl amongst 25 boys. So if you ask my opinion on this, at that time also, because I was brought up in a family in a very gender neutral environment. My grandfather and everybody was, they just treated children like children. It was not like boys and girls. And my mother hailed from a very remote background in a village in Kanpur. And from there she came to Delhi, and she was mentored by another lady, is a very famous cardiologist. Many of you must be knowing her, Dr. S. Padmavati, who founded the National Heart Institute. And she was the first lady cardiologist of India. And my mother was exactly her mentee, and she became the first interventional cardiologist in the state of UP. And also she was the second batch of residents doing DM in cardiology at AIIMS, New Delhi. So with this background, and then she won a number of fellowships, and she was all, globe-trotting, and in 1950s, without mobile or internet, being from such a remote Brahmin family, in those days it was not, nobody would think of such things. And so being brought up in a family like this, and my father was always very supportive, very encouraging, so it wasn't much difficult for me to have a very positive mindset. But if I look into my med school itself, and it's the same story everywhere, that the number of women that join, the girls I should say, in the medical school, they are at par with the number of boys in the class. And this number starts getting skewed when it comes to surgical residents. And if you look at the number of attendings, you can only count on fingers, right? So the other thing is, when you look into such branches like surgical oncology, surgical gastroenterology, neurosurgery, cardiothoracic surgery, orthopedics, you can, urology, you don't have girls there. Still you don't have girls and much representation from women. Why? Because these are super specialty branches. There is a very long road that people have to travel. 5 years of MBBS, then 3 years residency and post-graduation, then again 3 years of super specialization. So it's a long road, and then you don't get into these residency programs one after the other. There are intense competitions, and even after you complete your super specialization degree, you have to do some fellowships, travel abroad. So it's a long and arduous journey for sure. So that's why I feel that many women voluntarily back out. They don't find mentors. They don't have spousal support at home. And of those who do join, there are people who will always look down upon them. They doubt their credibility. They are not given due importance in the team. So if there are say 25 boys doing the rounds, the surgeon, the chief surgeon might give more importance to what a boy is answering rather what a girl is answering. That does happen. It's changing very fast. And as of now, I can tell you in my own department, we have 2 fellows who are HPB fellows, and both are girls. So things are changing, and as you asked me whether it is looking bright or not, certainly yes. So these, like I'm telling you, these very subtle things, no, these are called microaggressions. If you are sitting in a meeting, if you ask a question, and you are not given that much of importance, and you are just brushed aside like that, so it loosens your confidence. So that is what people need to understand, that women are not to be taken lightly. If you have real brains, then you will stand out, and that's the resilience you have to put through and go through the same. Thank you.
Thanks, Mallika. That's surely the otherness, the others in the room is what I included, might have faced some point of time in our careers. We'll move on to a more nuanced discussion now, having laid out what exactly this means for each of you. To a state or to a question of why do you think being inclusive, being diverse in our teams makes sense? Because lots of people here and outside of this room who are watching us live might also start to think, well, all of this is okay, we are doing fine in our organizations, we are making profits, we are achieving targets, etc. Why do you think we should bring in the aspect of diversity and inclusion despite all of it looking fine?
Yeah, so why include more is the question, or yeah, does it make sense? So I have heard quite derogatory comments also as answers to these questions, and it always surprised me that it's not about that we add color to the table. Now, to add, for example, I'll quote myself as an employer when I'm writing grants. I also now have my team, let me put the question back to myself. Why should I have more minority folks? Firstly, it comes down to the point that are you open towards these questions in general? You make yourself vulnerable. Firstly, we all are here vulnerable, and I have to firstly also commend Bittu's ability and their ability to come here, because it takes efforts to be vulnerable, to open yourself, and this is a distraction for us, for our work. So our work is the centerpiece. I want to say this, that the more I speak away from it is a point which I want to bring back. So when we work in science, I would like to include diversity to my team because it brings immense competitiveness. It just brings immense merit to the group. I have 3 minority students who, and especially first generation folks, the heat which they bring, if they have not
been in the academia, and no one, not the father, not the mother, and this I want to just not comment on women, for instance, because one has to recognize we are in India. The definition of diversity is different here. There are folks, male members, and from the people who have not been exposed to higher income groups, have never been exposed to what academia can give. This opportunity that if they perform the PhDs and all the doors are open, Harvard including, all the universities is open, imagine the consequences you're bringing to their families. So I feel immensely proud, immensely participative in their journeys, because some of them have been from small villages, have not attained, how to say, the maturity to understand that there exist infinite amount of possibilities in academia. They have probably been here because of someone holding their hand somewhere. So I feel almost passionate to be a part of their journey. I think that is the second thing other than competence, which is partially selfish. We want to have more number of people coming in who can devote their time, their efforts, their mind to our group, so that's partly selfish. But the other is their journeys. When you see and you hear their messages that this is what I've been now getting, and these are the scholarships I'm getting in the US. Now I'm coming back. What do I do? So you have literally transcend their lives into something more bigger. So why wouldn't you be part of it rather than something which has already been there, right? So for me, there are these two components.
Yeah, so I agree with everything Lippy has said. In addition, when a lot of people ask this question, right? Why be inclusive and so on? My answer typically is that one shouldn't have to give you a reason for this, right? I can give you reasons, I will give you some, right? But I ask people, look, there's no evidence based on which you're going to come to a decision about what kind of world you want to live in, right? Eventually, people make that decision based on the ways in which they've been conditioned in the past and whether they see a future without the kinds of constraints that have held people down, right, as liberating or not. And all of us have fought constraints. Most of us have fought constraints with some degree of privilege, which is why we're in this room, right? So if you look at my own experience, for example, people often say, what are all of the problems you faced as a trans person? And I say, well, the usual ones are there. I get misgendered every time I go to a conference. The people don't know where to place me because most housing is gendered. And, of course, I face all of those problems on a daily basis. But they pale in comparison to what most other trans folks face, right? And why are they facing a different situation from me? So often people say, oh, it is some great personal achievement of yours. It isn't, right? I come from a very privileged background. My parents were both academics. That by itself makes being in academia relatively easy for me. And I have caste privilege, I have class privilege. In many ways, the fact that I'm here tells you how much stronger the structure of caste is in academia than even the structures of transphobia, which everybody, Indian academia has a particular problem with acknowledging caste in a way that it does not around other discourses. The discourse around gender is an international discourse. We pretend that we would all like to be part of a gender equal world because we would like to look good for the rest of the world. But caste is our own little dirty secret, right? And if we can keep it hidden and not really examine the ways in which caste influences who's in this panel, who's in this room, and so on, then, nobody has to we don't have to deal with the ways in which we are complicit in caste, and we don't have to air our dirty laundry in public. That's really how caste is dealt with in academia in India. And now the reasons. Why be inclusive? Well, I think, it's important to just ask people whether they would like to be inclusive or not. It's something that people rarely get asked, right? People are often either judged for not being inclusive enough or told to be inclusive, but it's very rare to really get consent from somebody by saying, would you like to be in that kind of world or not? To really ask people to ask themselves and produce an affirmative answer. That for me has been really, really an invaluable tool in negotiating transphobia, right? Often people treat me in ways I don't want to be treated. And instead of saying, you're treating me badly, or saying, you should do better, I ask people, look, this is how this makes me feel. I think you are the kind of person who can do better than this. Don't you agree? And almost everybody says yes. Everybody wants to be a good person. Everybody would like their behavior to not cause harm to somebody else. And I think that's something we should really harness in taking this discourse forward. So what has the experience of, for example, being part of the Rohit Vemula movement when I was in the University of Hyderabad, where Rohit was a young Dalit student who faced systemic exclusion in the sciences and was not alone in that, right? We knew several such people. And eventually he committed suicide after a prolonged series of clashes, really, with the Sanskritization and really sort of an anti-scientific temper that was taking over several Central University campuses today. In that context, right, that process of engaging with exclusion in the science made me realize that science in India suffers from Brahminism, not in terms of just who's doing science, but in terms of how science is done. So this then just sort of really blasted open my understanding of how to teach science. What is a good science student? A good science student in India is somebody who sits and ratta-marrows everything that they're told to ratta-marrow, right? And that ratta-marrowing tradition is core Brahminism, right? What is it to be a good student has been defined in fundamentally Brahminical ways in this country. It means that anybody who does science will tell you that if you catch a science student when they're in high school, they're going to be such better scientists than if you catch them in college, than if you catch them at PhD. Why? Because the longer they spend in our educational system trying to conform, the more dismal their critical thinking abilities are. And science is entirely about critical thinking, right? And it's not just science that is about critical thinking. In business, right? Not that I'm necessarily a fan of business, but in everything, what is it that shakes up the existing system and brings new ideas? It's basically new people. It's people with new perspectives. And if it's going to continue to be the same kinds of people who are doing science or doing really anything else, we're not going to be getting those new perspectives. And those new perspectives can really shake up the ways in which we think science should be done. So now we're understanding that one needs to teach critical thinking. Now we're understanding that, and many people have been doing it in their classrooms for a very long time, but the understanding that this must be something we inculcate as the norm rather than the exception. These are things we're realizing we have to do if we want our science ecosystem to not produce research which is derivative, to produce research ideas which are original, right? And as a teacher in general, I will say that I worry about our education system when the longer students spend in it, the less interested they are, the less dynamic they are, the less energy they have, the less ideas they have. It's all been stomped out, right? So I am hopeful that that will change. And finally, I will also say this, that the field of neuroscience and behavior overall really needs to be changing dynamically in terms of listening to people with disabilities. Why? Again, the discourse around disability has been, we are all able-bodied and we should include people with disabilities in tokenistic ways. But people with disabilities have extremely unique perspectives on the entire system of how we function, how the mainstream functions, that I think are really, really core to understand all of the ways in which we socially are holding each other down, ways in which often you're in a room and you know that the composition of who is in the room is going to be stifling everybody from thinking, from feeling, from expressing what they have to say. And so how is it that we as human beings cannot be in each other's way? That's something that we're going to have to think about. And I think that a lot of the perspectives that have been emerging from the writings of young people with disabilities are really crucial to that. So I'll stop there with this in answer to this question.
No, thank you. I think what you bring forth is, I mean, I'm happy for your students because you know, you shoot off these Hydra heads and then ask them to think about these things, right? So that's fantastic. I mean, I have 1001 directions I can lead this conversation now, but I think I'll come back, rein myself in, and maybe we'll have a chat later, and come to Benno for his perspectives on what he thinks is the benefit of being inclusive.
Thank you very much. Just 2 points on that. It's basically inclusive and diversity for me kind of means the same thing. And so I have 2 points. So one is it's very important for fairness purposes to be fair to everybody. That's maybe the most important point, because people shouldn't be excluded. The second is economy. I tried to explain that already earlier. I'm convinced that everybody's economy will be benefit from inclusion and from diversity. And you mentioned that a team that is diverse will be more productive. And UNESCO, we also believe that. We believe that teams which are diverse, and not only gender diverse, by the way, also age diverse and professional background diverse, they will be more productive. So the economic outcome will be much better. And I want to give you one example. Many years ago, a major car company invited UNESCO to be part of their environment prize. And we agreed. And so they had a jury of 9 people, and they represented 9 countries in the Middle East. And when I went there, they were all old men, all over 60, and each one of them only voted for the entries that came from his particular country. So that's what happens in a worst case scenario if you don't have inclusivity and diversity. So UNESCO, we have a lot of experience with that. We assisted them. We said, no, we don't want to be part of the jury, but we want to be an observer of the jury, and we put together a gender and aged and professional background-based jury, and then that environment prize started rocking. It was really generating fantastic, fantastic results, whereas before that it was, to say it mildly, it was quite a bit boring. So diversity is of great importance, not only for science, really for most walks of life. Thank you.
So I can speak about my profession as a medical faculty. And I feel we have patients coming from all sorts of backgrounds, you know, all sorts of religion, and it's a whole bouquet of people that we are exposed to. And how can you ever think of leaving half of the population, that is females, and the others away from the mainstream? It's just not possible. It's not ethical. It definitely adds to the perception, the patient's, you know, the interaction. It's very humane. It's not, even if we talk about robotics and artificial intelligence in surgery, especially in the HPB surgery, it's coming in a big way. But still, it is a human being who's being operated upon, and it's the human being who is operating the robot. So human interaction is very important in day-to-day patient interaction and their care. And I definitely feel women do add a lot to the compassion that they show to the patients and the way they relate to us. And I must say that we do lack in having these discussions, and I'm very happy that Springer has brought this up, because I was in a panel with the American College of Surgeons, and I have had the opportunity, you know, to visit various world-renowned centers through all the fellowships, and personally I never felt a discrimination. I also have a Heidelberg Connect. I went to their liver transplant unit there and worked with Professor Buechler. So I never ever felt anywhere that I am a lady, and a petite lady who looks also little bit young than what I am. So nobody ever discriminated me. I was treated very normally. And that is how I would like everybody to have the experience being in surgery, never to be, you know, left out, or even why should you have such a thought in mind? Most of my residents, they are all, you know, they come from all walks of life. Some are from very established families, from other reservations, you know, all sorts of people are there, and we have a very healthy environment. and we just treat them as residents and teach them, and it's very harmonious. We never had any issues there. So I think inclusiveness is a must for a society to grow. Men, women, others, they are all the branches of the same tree. Thank you. I was just...
Yeah, thanks. I mean, that's a position of privilege, of course, to have people who support you and to have an environment that is supportive of what you're doing. We'll have a very quick round now and open up for questions. The round that I want to have is, if you became the Prime Minister of this country for a day, or let me choose something else, the principal scientific advisor of this country for a day, and you were given 3 solutions that you could implement or propose, what would those 3 be from the lens of what we are discussing today?
It's sort of that Miss India question, right? You have to instantly reply. But if I would be in a position of power, I would understand that I can make changes in the system. And the first change that I would like to do is to probably understand that investing more money will not give more solutions. So can I in some way improve visibility of the people who have been marginalized? And that doesn't come with money. So you would have to include people in discussions right at the top. And I'm thankful that you're doing these panel discussions, and probably, you know, there are changes at the publishing house and, you know, all these kind of changes. So first thing is that introduce these discussions at the top level from the folks who are in that community. Because some of you who have been now here understand, you know, where all of us are coming from, and therefore I think this minute amount of enlightenment is possibly going to change the way you will think in the future, and imagine the way now these discussions will happen at the top level. So I think there is where there is already a pushback in terms of large conference tables. So can I bring that openness is the first thing, especially in the reviewing committees. In the reviewing committees in science, and I think the person just left who I'm addressing to in terms of national academies as well, the ratios are less. So can we just bring folks from the top down? The second thing which I would like to bring is the, if you can assign the investment in particular at the PhD stage, which is completely devoid of curiosity at the present education system, can we do something there? The PhDs are the gold mine here. Unfortunately, they are not treated as such. So the PhD system right now is considered with more fellowship. There is this PM Relief Fund, which grants 80,000 per month to some of the folks. But again, it has introduced a lot of negative changes as well in terms of comparison with even some of the faculties at the private institutions not given that much. So I think money doesn't change anything. It's probably a vibrant mind which is required at the table to introduce more changes. So second is that can we do mandatory therapy sessions for PhDs to make the awareness that what are the possibilities they can have, and can we minimize the damage to the system. And lastly, I think if I would be a principal scientific advisor, I would really change the way we procure items in our research. So even if we have the funding, the current scientific system does not allow us to work in a way that a US system would do, which is instantaneous buying. We have the tendering system, and it takes ages, at least a month or so, to get something what I want. And I think this is something regardless of the gender, but why not? Like, if I have the opportunity, I would just change these things. Over to you.
Yeah, I've been asked to politely remind everybody that lunch is waiting. So please don't leave without having lunch. We're winding up this panel discussion soon.
Okay, yeah, so this is actually what I had initially told Shubhra I wanted to begin with, but I decided to end with it because of how this is structured, which is what do we need to do? As a trans person, there are 3 things. Just bear with me a couple minutes. I know all of you heard the magic word lunch and are migrating, but you will hear something here that you will not hear elsewhere, because it's not often that a trans person in science will speak to you. You need, people in institutions especially, which run science programs, need to understand that when trans people apply, they will apply with a variety of, with at least 2 names and genders on their CV. These need to be not automatically rejected. So there are some very simple sort of correction measures that need to be incorporated to make institutions and processes of application trans-friendly. When trans people are in institutions, there need to be gender-neutral accommodations, including bathrooms, single-stall bathrooms for them, of the kind that you see in Indian trains, right? That's actually the perfect place. It's one place where trans people can go to the bathroom without fears. Since people are resistant to change, that's an example of a working system for trans people. And the discourse on gender in science needs to be a discourse on gender in science, not just women in science, right? So for example, I also have a 1.5-year-old kid, and I agonized a lot about, for example, maternity policies that are defined as maternity policies, right? They may not quite fit me, but I think talking about people who are having babies, who are primary caregivers, and also ideally structuring it so that men get parental leave so that they feel like they should be doing some parenting during that time, right? And that for a man to bounce back the day after they have a baby to work is as problematic, right, as a woman being essentially caged to not do so. It's the other side of that coin. I think those, thinking of what these policies would look like, that's another set of things that we need to do. So overall, I think every institution should just implement the equal opportunity cell that they are actually mandated to and take inclusion and diversity seriously. So that's one thing that I would do for inclusion and diversity if I were the principal scientific advisor. The second is something actually that I think is going to happen, which is, and it's relevant to the fact that we're having this discussion with the publishing house, which is the idea for there to be a deal whereby the Indian government purchases a subscription such that every citizen, right, can have access to science. This is becoming, I think, really, really important. For science to not just be in the hands of scientists and medical practitioners, but really everybody. I can't tell you the number of trans people who had to DIY their own understanding of who they are, right? I've understood myself relative and several other trans kids who have they're not in the STEM ecosystem at all, but they are able to figure out who they are relative to the literature only when the literature is accessible to them. So that's another thing. And thirdly, I would say, I think restructuring has to go hand in hand with budgets. So I would largely agree with what you said about how more defense type budgeting needs to move towards education and research. But I do think that these need to be democratized. So I think we need to involve many more sections of the population in terms of getting a sense of what they would like our science to look like, and in terms of participating in science. So one of our projects in our lab, which is understanding numerical cognition in dogs, we chose dogs because it's a citizen science project. Anyone who has a dog anywhere, regardless of whether they've even completed school, can participate in our experiments and understand what it means to do randomized trials, understand what it means to worry about the observer effect of the scientist, right? These are things they can learn, they can participate in producing science without necessarily having a school degree. So we need to, I think, democratize science. Science is not something that has to just be done by people with PhDs. I think that is a really, really important change. We're really only going to be able to change things all over the world, but especially in this country, when scientific thinking becomes something that everybody does, and when everybody feels like they can do science and they can shape science. So those are, I think, the 3 things I
do. Okay. Yeah, difficult question to ask a United Nations official. But then we are providing authoritative advice in any case. So, being from the UN, of course, first, I would say I would do everything I can. I would advise the government to do everything that it can to establish long-lasting peace with all of the neighboring countries and all of the other countries in the world, in particular since India is expected to become the largest populated country in the world next year. Second, I would reshuffle the budget a little bit so that all the poverty issues in India will be solved. That shouldn't be so difficult with the budget that is available. And number three, I would do a lot for the environment. I would bring up the number of UNESCO biosphere reserves from 12 to 50 in the next 50 years, one each year. Spain has more than 50. Spain is a comparatively small country when you compare that with the huge size of India. And I would turn New Delhi into the cleanest city of the world. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll just quickly say a few points. I'm a great believer in our Prime Minister, Shri Modi. And why so? I'll tell you the points. Because as a cancer surgeon, we come across patients from all parts of UP, and I had a stint in Mumbai also, where I was working for nearly 1.5 years in a corporate sector. So the difference is that most of the cancer patients are in our region, they are from a poor socioeconomic background, and as you can well imagine, the costs associated with cancer treatment is humongous. And with the wide implementation of Prime Minister's Ayushman Bharat Yojana, which gives a guarantee of about 5 lakh rupees, we are able to complete the treatment of patients without a penny being spent by the patient himself or herself. And that's a big shot in the arm. And then we have various other cancer relief grants which are being actively pursued in Modi's government, and it's the Prime Minister's Relief Fund, and also our Yogi government, the Chief Minister Relief Fund. So we have actually, the moment we write an application, within 2 months the grants come, and by the time we prep the patient for chemotherapy, radiotherapy, surgery, he already has some resource in hand. Otherwise, cancer treatment in India without any insurance policy is borne largely by the patient. And if you are not insured, you can imagine all this money comes from borrowing from local village heads at exorbitant interests. And the other thing I like about Modi ji is even recently from the Red Fort, he shouted at the top of his voice regarding gender neutrality. And he's very committed. He made toilets, sanitization and toilet facilities even in the remotest of villages. Nobody ever thought of it so far. And what else I've written so that I don't miss? Yes, and then he is also giving grants to women to build houses. The money comes to the woman. Even my maid's, she has a big family. The father doesn't care, but she now got 2 lakh rupees, so she reconstructed her house. So that's how Modi is working at the remotest of villages. There are district cancer control programs, wellness centers being developed. And just last word, give me 30 seconds before I stop. So our associations, surgeons, surgical associations, medical associations also have a role to play in this, increasing diversity and representation of women and others. Because many of us also take out journals, Indian Journal of Surgery, Indian Journal of Surgical Oncology, and then we have SSO, which has the Annals of Surgical Oncology, that is also published by Springer. So you must have a very diverse editorial board with more women into it in the editorial team as chief editors, more peer reviewers, more women should be asked to comment on various articles. That's how you build up confidence. And that's how you build up a great team. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much. Irrespective of political affiliations, we all agree that democratization, not just of science, but also the research ecosystem that we all operate in is something that would immensely benefit from the diversity that we're talking about. There are lots of hands up. I don't know how many questions I can take because, okay, we do have time, Abhi. So Nidhi's hand went up first.
I think I also have the privilege of having the mic in my hand. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, firstly, for the absolutely wonderful insights that you all have shared. As someone who's very keen on DEI, and I'm also leading the DEI strategy for Springer Nature in Pune, so I can tell you that there were so many points that I myself was like, okay, these are areas that we worked on, these are areas we've probably thought of and done nothing about. But the one thing that I want to start with Lipi first, you spoke of conscious and unconscious bias. And in a country like ours, I think the third bias that one really needs to overcome is confirmation bias. Because that's one that we are perhaps just, born and brought up with. I mean, we believe in certain things because it was said to us and we never want to think outside of the box. That needs to change for us to make any progress in where we are headed towards, right? But yes, the unconscious bias plus the confirmation bias are the two massive hindrances that we have. Bittu, I'm in awe of you. I just need to say this because there are so many points you touched upon, and I want to know more about what you think of homophobia versus transphobia as such. I don't think we have the time enough for that discussion. I'll catch up with you separately on that one. But I do want to ask you a question on, and I think that was also Benno who brought it up. This is about the Indian education system, the population, the fairness that you mentioned as such. Now, this is not just a shift that we can make scientifically. This is not just a shift that we can bring in because we are talking about it and we're privileged to talk about it. This is a mindset shift which perhaps would take months, years, decades, I don't know. And in a country as diverse as India, and in a country where we are from the very childhood taught, unity in diversity, honestly, no one really understood, or even a lot of folks don't understand today, what unity or inclusion in this case means in a diverse population. So where do you see the changes really have to come from? And I did hear you say from the top, I heard someone say that it needs to come from the top, but I think it also needs to start from the very beginning. So what are your thoughts there?
I'll just add that...
We don't have a lot of time, right? Should we take more questions?
I mean, people can have lunch and people can listen to us. It's their choice. But I just want to add that this panel didn't happen out of accident. So the people on this panel that you see were chosen very carefully just so that we have all these perspectives. And of course, the question that you ask about confirmation bias and about where change should start, these are the change makers. Most of them of the future, and somebody who's already making change at the top.
And since you mentioned future, I must say this, that the future is a big population to cater to, but it also starts today, and the population that's sitting today and the ones elder to us are way too rigid in their thoughts and ideas.
Okay, so just very quickly, something like racism, right? And specifically in the context of the US, which is where I live, anti-black racism in the US was for a long time this thing that we were addressing. We were saying it'll take time for people to shift their minds, blah, 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 blah. And then you have Black Lives Matter, a non-academic, non-science movement. And now in 1 year, suddenly I'm seeing international societies that I'm part of saying we should address racism, and specifically anti-black racism in our societies. I'm seeing publishing houses put out, these statements about equal opportunity. I'm seeing job adverts that have changed. So this is just to say that some kinds of mindset changes, it's every conversation hammers away at it a little bit, but sometimes people's minds change very, very quickly when a social movement pushes them to think. And these social movements are often not originating in the sciences. So I think there's a lot to be said for how the things that we're saying should change in STEM will really only change when social movements, which are largely going to be outside STEM, push those issues forward. So that's just to hopefully bring some hope that you're waiting. I mean, even if you look at the Nirbhaya case and the ways in which there was a leap, the entire time that we were in school and college, we were just, harassment in buses was so routine, right? You were just taking a bus to go to college. I can't tell you the number of times, every week we would compare rates of harassment. We wouldn't compare events or incidents of harassment, right? Everybody who grew up in Delhi, knew this. And for years, I would think, when is this going to change? And I thought, things will move gradually. And at the time that what happened with Nirbhaya took place, it was the coming together of three very specific movements, right? It was the fact that what happened was right outside JNU, and the JNU students actually holding down a 24-hour vigil in that place that actually started the momentum of that movement. And it then just changed the ways in which we were able to push legislation around harassment and assault. For years, it just moved a mountain in months. So sometimes you're just waiting and waiting for things to change more quickly. And you can't predict when the fault line will shift, but it will sometimes shift in ways that are cataclysmic and quick, and not just in this gradual way. So that's the only contribution there. Homophobia and transphobia, I will just say this, that homophobia emerges when one is, often the first inklings that people get about whether someone might be queer or not, if they're not out, relate in fact to gender, relate to ways in which people who are queer are excluded from, say, discussing their partners or discussing their families when these routine discussions take place during lunch or during casual interactions. But we're very much a context in which sexuality is not to be discussed, right? And if somebody comes to I've seen intercaste couples in STEM type workplaces face very similar barriers to being able to discuss the fact that they're in relationships with each other. Interreligious couples facing these kinds of barriers. So really, we have a wider problem to address with the ways in which discussion of sexuality is suppressed. At the same time, we happen to be in an ecosystem in this subcontinent where gender is, the discourse on gender, especially non-binary genders, is just much more advanced than in many other places. So we occupy a particularly interesting point when it comes to gender and sexuality in the Indian context. And finally, that conformism bias that you were talking about, that we all deal with growing up in India, that's Brahminism. In terms of its social origins, that's exactly what that is. Yeah.
Absolutely, thank you. Ben, I'd like your thoughts also on this point, though.
Sorry, which point did you mean? You mentioned several points.
I'll probably let Benno and you speak over lunch.
Okay.
And maybe we can get Venkatesh's question, then Swati.
I would also like
and
to ask something.
You, ma'am. First here.
Yeah.
Okay, she will. Okay.
So I'm sorry if I am really changing the discourse or the narrative, and somewhere related to her question. My question is like from the another territory. But my question is, and Bittu, as she said, that science education.
It's a he.
He. Look at the bias. Yeah. Okay. I am educated in a very Brahmanical education system, and I'm professor. Pardon me for that slip. Coming back to that, quickly, I really felt the way India does science and possibly globe, it's very blind side, you get blindsided. And that objective truth of science which is created robs us of subjective differences we carry. And I'm sorry, but with due respect, when we hear the panel, we see the differences here very much. For example, my doctor friend, and I come from your same city, your world is so different from the world where very different people are existing. And that, validates. I have been thinking it as a science student, biology, and now completely into HR. So my question to this is, then why are we wanting to focus on science on everything? It's a very tantalizing question, but I'm leaving it on table.
No, that's perfectly put, I think. And specifically so because this is the basic reason we are having this panel. The reason is we are different. Let's face it and let's respect it. That's the thing that we want to put on the table. So, yeah, your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree with you more. That's why when asked the question about should we be inclusive or diverse, I don't think one should look to evidence for the answer to that question. The answer is that what you would like, part of the world you'd like to create or not? And as I said, a lot of the data that we collect, when it comes to the subjects being people, those data are going to change as our social movements change what it means for us to be people. So yes, all of that subjectivity is also objective fact. The notion that objectivity should ignore subjectivity comes from a particular dualism that is involved actually in a very Christian-informed scientific philosophy that assumes that in some way objective, when you're objective, there is some hard truth out there that is unrelated to the subjectivity, for example, of the researcher. And in fact, one of the reasons that cases we make for inclusion and diversity is you change the researcher, the way they will see and collect even the same data on the same question will change. And so subjectivity is really, really important to acknowledge. If one wants to even pretend to get somewhere which is objective, which is at least consensus, right? Which relates to the ways in which our findings are not specific to who we are.
I carry it on lunch, but empirical treatment has been essential, and which just kills the subjectivity of data. I'm a researcher and I supervise PhD. So
absolutely, yes. I think we will have to carry it over to lunch. It's a really huge discussion. There are people here. Venkatesh, you want to go next? And Swati, and then Akanksha. And Benno has to leave early, so...
It's okay. I think more than a question, as a submission, I think, there's a lot has been done on diversity, equity, and inclusion over the years. I would not say that, and it will take some time because it's not within the room we are discussing. It has to be a country like India has 6.5 lakh, villages. One has to look at that spectrum also. But one of the important things I feel is education is certainly a leveler. We don't know how many people of different caste, religions, races are sitting in this room, and nobody's even interested in asking them. Right? I think education is the core leveler which can actually level all these things. And if we can focus on, especially India at an elementary level, the enrollments are good. They're not bad, at par with the other countries. But after class 7th and 8th, a lot of girl students drop out. If we can focus on those areas, a lot of things can be changed. When I was with NSDC heading the digital skilling mission, one of the things we introduced is as a part of the new education policy is skilling in the education system, so that girl children can actually get into areas like beauty and wellness in villages. And that's a new segment which is growing, and that gives them confidence. I think if we can look at areas where there's a leak in the education process in terms of fallout of the numbers, I think that's an important area. And once education is a leveler and it brings in awareness, DEI score across any ecosystem will increase. That's my submission.
Yeah, absolutely. I think not just education, I think we should have a new education, which is what we are all sort of aiming at and looking at. So yeah, well made point.
And free education, because if it's not free, it's definitionally not a leveler.
Swati, go ahead.
Can create inequality.
Yep. Thanks for that, Bittu. Once again, I echo what Nidhi said. I love you. Let's talk over lunch because there's a lot I want to discuss there. Just a quick comment on subjectivity and objectivity. So if we go all the way back to Plato, even he talked about the idea and the form. So subjectivity and objectivity cannot be separated from each other in science, and that's something that we need to learn to accept. But my question, or rather a comment for everyone, especially for Benoit, because sitting in a powerful position in UNESCO, is we talk a lot about unconscious bias and that we should do stuff at the grassroots level. Even Venkatesh just talked about skilling people in the school level. But what do we do about it? Is there ever any training about unconscious bias at the school level, even at the higher education level? There is no unconscious bias training or even unconscious bias testing, even in the IITs right now. So this is something that we are talking about, but I think it would really make sense, and I wish the room still had all of those people. There were lots of people here who could actually take this back to their institutions. We need that at the higher education level, at the middle school level, talking about unconscious bias openly and training people to overcome unconscious bias. That's just a suggestion.
Agree. Akanksha.
I have a very simple question. When we try to absorb the principles of DEI and in the kind of work that we do every day as publisher, in the various roles that we have, it becomes very easy to fall prey to tokenism. I actually want to touch the subject of tokenism. In the efforts to be inclusive, if somebody asks you a question in some event that you're organizing or in our editorial boards, in the panels, are you inclusive? The effort that you make to be inclusive it's very easy to jump the line and fall prey of tokenism. So as a young professional who's highly enthusiastic about DEI, I want to know some tips from you how to separate these two things.
Absolutely. I just want to add that that's the everyday story of most of the people who want to be standing up and be counted, to be visible. We don't know where to draw the line. We want to do everything and we want to be everywhere because it makes sense for our careers, right? But at some point of time, you have to draw the line and you have to stand up and say, I will not be a token on this panel. I will not, let's have a male compere next time. What say, Nidhi? Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to question these traditional roles. Why can't we just, stand up and say that these are the things I would love to do, and these are the things I'm doing because you expect me to do it, and yet, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Those roles are defined, and those are for us as young professionals to challenge, right? Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I just think I want to add one more perspective to it, and it's important because I've seen the other side to it. There was a discussion prior to this that the private companies needs to be held accountable. Now, how do we do that? We introduce schemes, and now this relates to your question and your statement that it will take time. So now, this time process where we are introducing equality, where we are introducing diversity, there will be sincere attempt to include women. And that may be considered as tokenism, so therefore there has to be, I do not know how, but an intuition, inbuilt intuition, where you understand that, oh, there's a quick call for a conference and I need your talk. You say no. But there are efforts, I know from my colleagues, who are trying to be inclusive and are trying to introduce more perspectives, and they are forced by nature, but not like they do not have sincerity issues. So that is where they will take time. So I would, not say that there is a binary answer to that, because you will know that you will be called for being a woman. And I have said no to many of these because I feel that it's just for my photo on that brochure. But if you can discern the sincere attempts, then I think you are required to be there to speak, because there are very less people who make themselves vulnerable at these positions. So I think that's important as well.
Yeah, I have a very simple sort of one-line answer to your question, which is that I think tokenism is better than zero representation, but tokenism cannot be where one rests, right? So there are two of us who are professors in the Indian STEM ecosystem who are trans persons. So we're going to be tokenized, right? I mean, there aren't that many other people, right? But we also are mentoring a whole horde, actually, of young trans academics. And so my response when I'm asked to be on a panel is that often I refuse to be on panels which are either males or which are where all the speakers are upper caste, right? But I will agree to be at such panels when I say, well, there's going to be a next one, and at that next panel, I am going to send you somebody who is trans from a marginalized position with respect to caste, somebody who's intersectional, and the composition of your panel has to change by virtue of the token voice opening it up. So, when people say that they, sort of like to keep things homogenous and privileged, saying that they don't want to be tokenistic, I refuse to accept tokenism as an excuse for not sort of starting the process of inclusion, but it can't end there. In fact, the transition has to be very rapid.
We just have a final comment from Benno. and we'll close.
Thank you very much. And I'm sorry, I have to go to attend another panel, totally different one. You asked a good question. You asked about what the United Nations is really doing in daily life. I guess that's what you mean. So UNESCO has the global overarching priority, gender equality, in its DNA since 25 years. That means people like myself, we are obliged to consider the gender level on every aspect of our work, and it has achieved such good results that by now all United Nations agencies, there are about 55 to 60 UN agencies, believe it or not, all of them have embraced gender equality in their DNA by now. In the last 10 years, UNESCO has confirmed itself from a 25 to 75 gender imbalance on recruitment on all levels to a 50-50 level on all levels, and we have for the second time a woman as a Director General. So in addition, what we do on the education platform in particular, because we have to address very, very young people to get their behavior right from the beginning. So we do provide training against bullying in schools, and we also do provide comprehensive sexuality education in schools. Of course, it depends on the open-mindedness of the member state how far we can go with the comprehensive sexuality education. Countries which are very open-minded, like this country, for example, we can be really comprehensive, but other cultures might be a little bit more reserved, so there we have to be less comprehensive. But we have done a lot in our own courtyard to clean up the imbalance, and we have achieved really, really good results.
Thank you, everybody, for staying back and listening to this conversation. I cannot say how inspired I feel right now. I mean, it's always after a panel with all of you guys. I think what we are taking back today is the willingness to start discussing these issues at our own individual level, and the willingness to be open about what counts in terms of inclusivity in our own, say, small divisions, small departments, etc. I think I'll just say thank you, all of you, and if you liked this panel, show them some love. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you very much. No, before we move down from here, there's a small token of appreciation from Springer Nature. Shubhra Alpna will help you out with those. Thank you, Vivek. तो मैंने काट ही दिया. Thank you very much, everyone, and I would like to request all of you once again to please make sure to visit that booth there in the left corner of the room. Our colleagues are waiting to showcase a small tool that might be very helpful for you. Thank you very much once again. And I also want to quickly thank all our audience today for being here, all our colleagues who've put in weeks of hard work at Springer Nature. Thank you very much for all of it. And I don't want to be standing in between your lunch and you, so I will quickly say this thanks and appreciate your presence here. Thank you.